and then grounded in certain values and with an eye on responsible futures. And that is what we had in my title. So I'll go back to my title so that you can see what we will be discussing just for a short while. Okay. So we proceed. So, colleagues, as we move forward, let us now anchor today's discussion or this session within a clear frame that artificial intelligence is not a tool. And I want to remind you that I did my research. I am not an AI expert. I am a user. So for me to be able to stand here and speak, I did groundwork. I read. Okay? I read. So it is a force that is actually simultaneously empowering and unsettling. You can feel it wherever you are. Even the lecturers, even the practitioners, they feel it. They get unsettled. So it is doing what? It's empowering, and then it is unsettling. Whom is it unsettling? Be thinking about it. So it enables automated newsrooms. We come back to our focus. Personalized campaigns, and even multilingual reporting. So, but it also introduces opaque algorithms. You know that word. Uh, uh, okay? Misinformation, risks, and also ethical gray zones. So that is why my title was as it was. So when you look at that slide, you can see where we are coming from and what we are expecting. So the purpose of this session is threefold. One, we just want to critically examine how AI is transforming content creation and strategic communication. And then we want to explore ethical questions arising from its use in journalism and in PR, public relations. Then number three, by the time I stop talking, we shall have charted a way forward, okay? One that reflects African values, realities, and even aspirations. Yeah, because I think that is the bone of contention. And then we ask, why Africa? Why are we talking of Africa? Are we so downtrodden? No. This continent represents both an emerging AI frontier and a what? And a cautionary tale. So there is that AI we have to adopt, and then there is some precaution that we have to take into consideration. So now, take for instance this phrase I used at the beginning, silicon savannah. What does it signal? So many things. It signals the potential, but also the pressure to innovate, but innovate ethically, inclusively, and even also sustainably. So from that slide, you can see a history of how communication and the use of tech has evolved. We have moved away from the telegraph long before any of us was born, where the telegraph was a marvel during its time. Yes, and it actually shrank space and time during that time. But today, now we are talking about something else. Okay, in 2025, we have transformer models like GBT, which actually shrink cognitive labor. It's like we don't have to struggle. And then overflows to what we call editorial oversight. That is now in the newsrooms. So here, yet speed must be done what? Must be overrun responsibly. We don't have to just keep running. So that is why we are talking about the ethics. You run, but you run carefully. So the stakes are very high for us. We can't run away from it. The stakes are very high. This is our moment to define not just how we should adapt AI, but who shapes its future and to what extent. We have to be active participants. Okay. Now, this slide here addresses the rapidly evolving intersection between AI and media content creation. So we begin with a case from the global north. So from the screen, you can see the global north, where we have the Washington Post proprietary system, Heliograph. It demonstrates the automation, that automation can produce over 850 short form stories per year. This is documented, documented, you can read later. And this is a task infeasible for what? For any single human journalist. Now, this include real-time coverage of elections, local sports, sports matches, and even stock alerts, stock exchange, those who are interested. So these are topics well suited for structured data and templated narration. Then we have something else that is called Bloomberg. Bloomberg has gone even further. Now, it's Cyborg tool, those tools that you know. It converts complex corporate earnings and reports into headings, headlines, summaries, and even bullet points in less than 1 second. What does that do? It now enables traders to act, to market very fast to the news, okay, at a speed that we do not expect. Now, meanwhile, Reuters employs a more collaborative model. Okay, what does it do? Through its links inside system. Here, the AI now analyzes data sets and then proposes story leads, while human journalists, where we fall, apply the editorial judgment and pursue narrative developments. This model here preserves the human role in interpretation. So it saves you, it gives you a certain role. So the human role is now interpretation, while amplifying the data processing capabilities. Now, shifting focus now to our region. That was out there. Now let's come home here. When we come home here, we have, I got one example, the Nation Media Group. This is one of Kenya's largest news organizations, undoubtedly. So it piloted an AI-based Swahili Sheng a translation tool. Now, the objective was to make formal news more relatable to urban youth. What was the result? Those who followed. The result reported an 18% increase in audience engagement, affirming that AI can be tuned to local linguistic and cultural dynamics. So AI is not foreign. All right. Now, from the bar there, from the bar, the chart you see there, there is the comparison of a story output between a human reporter and a heliograph. How do you feel? Are you human or are you a heliograph? So we cannot run away from the AI. It is here to assist us. So the contrast is very striking because automation is not inherently about replacing journalists. Rather, it can liberate them, liberate the journalist from the common formulaic reporting and allow deeper focus on analysis, investigation, and public interest. Okay. So now, this one now brings us to the ethical crossroads. Because these are things that are happening and we do not want to pretend are not happening. So it brings us to the ethical crossroads, one of the key words in our theme here. So we want now to explore how do we deal with it? We are at the crossroads. So when AI produces fast, large-scale content, how do we safeguard the truth? For example, how do we also safeguard the truth and the validity in our context here. And how do we maintain public trust? So that is where we are. In my next slide, in this section, we want to turn from innovation to pressing ethical risks emerging from the AI use, like I had just said, in journalism and PR. So first, that term, algorithmic bias, where we have machine learning models that are trained on data drawn primarily from the West. Okay. So as a result, the African content often underperforms, especially if it is subjected to global ranking. For instance, I came across this information that the Kenyan public health videos that are normally posted, though they are locally accurate, what happens, they are ranked significantly very low, lower than the foreign ones, the ones that are produced outside Kenya, especially when you are doing the YouTube search. Now, and also shaping the access to knowledge in various ways. So it is when the ranking is it happens, it's like our content is lowly code. Secondly, we have disinformation, and I think this discourse has been since yesterday. In the lead up to an example, in the lead up to the 2022 elections in Kenya here, okay, all of us were adults. It's not long ago. What happened? What happened is Mozilla researchers identified over 130 TikTok videos on the run up to the elections, which were spreading false. Now, these videos reached more than 4 million viewers, often within hours, very short time. Now, investigations then uncovered paid influencer networks. Okay, so when you carry out when the investigations were carried out, then there were paid influencers who were hired to amplify political narratives, okay, across encrypted platforms such as WhatsApp and the X, the Twitter, and then, okay. Now, what does that tell us? Tells us that the AI tools, especially the synthetic and voice, are now supercharging the volume and believability of such content. So we have now systems in checking whether it is there or it is not there. I just want to remind you, when I began, I said I'm not an AI expert. I did a lot of reading. Okay. So as you prepare for your questions, don't prepare questions on how these things work in the background. I said I am a user. Disclaimer. Number three, we are talking about transparency. I came across this information that a 2023 One Infra survey revealed that only 20% of newsrooms deploying generative AI had clear editorial guidelines, okay, on disclosure, verification, or even prompt tracking. So that is an area for our interest. So the accompanying chart, the one in our slide there, visualizes that governance gap. So you see, we are dealing with many issues. We are dealing with technology. We have newsrooms that have adopted AI, but the governance aspect is ish-ish. So there is a gap there. Then we have accountability. Legal scholars increasingly warn that accountability, there is an accountability vacuum. Now, when an AI generated story defames or misleads, who is supposed to be liable? Huh? Is it the tools developer? Is it the newsroom? Or is it the platform that hosts it? So you can see accountability there is shaky. So this uncertainty has serious implications for both public trust and institutional integrity. Then number 5, we are talking about now the audience confidence, you and I. So according to Reuters, Reuters Institute 2024 survey, they carried out a survey in 2024. 60% of global news consumers express discomfort. They are not comfortable when they learn that the story was the story they read was machine written. In an era of information overload, trust now is very fragile and hard to regain once it has been lost. Now, those 5 risk factors, vectors that I have identified, that is bias, disinformation, opacity, liability, and distrust, they form the ethical agenda that must accompany our technical advancements. Because we are not saying we don't want to advance, we just must advance. So they also underscore the need for a stronger, multi-tiered governance framework, which we explore today, even after this conference. Now, let's now turn to strategic communication, where PR falls, okay? Strategic communication, this is a space where artificial intelligence is actually enhancing speed, accuracy, and stakeholder engagement. And that one we have experienced even in most organizations. So this is particularly visible when we have crisis experiences in PR. So let's examine some 5 concrete areas of impact. How AI is impacting communication outside the newsrooms, now the PR element. Okay. Number 1 is the predictive, from my diagram there, from predictive sentiment analytics. This is to say that AI-powered dashboards now analyze millions of social media signals in real time. They do that in real time, and then they do so by identifying not only the topic trends, but also the emotional tone. That AI can detect the fear, the anger, the confusion, the excitement. So that's where we are. So these insights now inform message framing and timing. So the PR experts, I'm sure those in practice could already be using it. And if they are not using it, they are planning to use it because it is very key in analyzing situations. So because They will inform you how you are going to frame your messages and the timing, how you are going to disseminate that message, particularly in politically sensitive or high stakes environments. Number two, conversational AI. In Kenya, for example, we have Safaricom. Safaricom's deployment of AI chatbots in 2024, not long ago, it reduced inbound queries to human call centers. Yes. Those who are not very versed with those little voices, they will say, kamwanamuke kengine kaliniambia. Aka kamama kanasema. Those are the chatbots we are talking about. People complain about it, but what in 2024, it reduced those queries to human call centers by over 60%. So these bots, what do? They handle routine queries efficiently, enabling the PR teams now to focus on strategic storytelling and stakeholder relationship building, because that is the key for PR. You have to build and maintain relationships. Yes. Then we have what we call number three, the third one, the one in green, AI enhanced response. Now, using Safaricom again, we can say it reduced its average time to release an initial outage statement. Most of us are on Safaricom. When there is an outage, before AI came in, they will take about 45 minutes before they release a statement. That was in 2018. But now, in 2024, it was reduced to 8 minutes. So something happens and you already know why you cannot access your M-Pesa, or your money has disappeared before you call your guardian for the students. Niko vibaya. It has already told you and then it has worked on it. Okay? That was in 2024. That is a large percentage of improvement, 82% to be precise. So this shift actually reflects the AI's value in fast tracking, issue detection, and public and how you face the public in a different way and in a more in a precise and within a very short time. Now, our third risk detection is about early warning systems. Okay. External services. Now, this one is technical. The data mill process. They process more than 50,000 posts per minute across platforms. And here they are able to flag anomalies such as the spikes. I think there are many papers that are coming in on spikes, or negative sentiments or fake news before they escalate into a full-blown crisis. Because organizations, if any organization that is not embracing this, they will be left behind and the entire world will be talking about them and they do not know what is going on within themselves. So there are various services that are helping organizations do that. That is for PR purposes and general organizational communication. Now, our last one here is this strategic uptake. So according to KPMG's 2025 AI Pulse survey, 54% of the global corporations plan to adopt agentic AI for frontline communication within the next 12 months. If you do your reading, you'll come across that information. Now, this trend is very clear. What does it mean? That AI will soon be embedded in the DNA of PR operations in Kenya, in Africa, and globally. But alongside these efficiencies or presumed efficiencies comes ethical tensions. So are AI driven messages truly authentic? Those are now the ethical questions we now ask all the time. Can these bots convey empathy during crisis? Okay, we are using them, but how will I know that? How will they identify where to empathize? So these are the questions that we must wrestle with as we embrace AI, especially in our African context, where public trust and transparency are still um, being rebuilt. Okay. Higher. Now, this slide proposes five-layered framework for governing the ethical use of AI in mass communication. This is just a proposal. And they are anchored in both international norms and our local realities. Now, let's look at the global norms. In 2021, UNESCO released its recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. I'm sure you have come across that information. If you haven't, make a point. And it was endorsed by 194 member states then. It outlines the key principles such as human agency, transparency by design, and access to redress. That is, when AI systems cause harm, what happens? Okay. Number two, we have what we call industry commitments. The Paris Charter on AI and Journalism, issued by Reporters Without Borders in 2023, requires that editorial responsibility must always rest with a human editor-in-chief. So we still have a responsibility there. We must give it a human touch, regardless of automation. So it also mandates transparency in the prompts and the model versions used to generate what? That content. Now, regionally, in Africa, we can talk about the African Union's Continental Artificial Intelligence Strategy. It is there. And it was ratified in 2024. Okay? It calls for people to have centric approach grounded in what is popularly referred to as Ubuntu ethics. Okay. And it advocates for regional data sovereignty and the what? And the use of African languages and cultural markers in AI training and evaluation. So you can see we are there. We may be doing it, but now we are putting it under discussion so that we can all embrace it with confidence. Number four, we are talking about national legislation. That's now Kenya. In Kenya, we have what is called Kenya's Digital Master Plan 2022-2032, 10-year plan. And it outlines institutional readiness for AI. And institutional means that it is Kabarak, any institution. It is Egerton, where I come from. It is whichever institution, okay? It is a police service, don't quote me, okay? Yes, yeah. And AI is there. They'll start saying AI also switches off the cameras, but that is for another discussion. Uh, so, while while then we also have a draft AI Act of 2025. It is a draft. It has not gone out, and it introduces enforceable safeguards. Okay, various safeguards. Okay, one one of the safeguards is mandatory watermarking of AI generated political content. Okay, it is in press. It is still work in progress. And then it also requires annual algorithmic audits for all the AI tools, okay, deployed in public communication. So you can see we are already embracing, even the government is embracing, but they are coming up with structures and safeguards. So they are not telling us to stop. So nobody should cascade you for being an AI user. Eh? You're just on the right path. They have embraced it. Only that they speak a language we don't understand. And they don't tell us what they are doing. They do these things and keep them to themselves. Then we have the professional ethics. Yes. Yes. And this is particularly in newsrooms, eh? At the implementation level, we have one of our sponsors here, the Media Council. Now, the Media Council of Kenya released a media guide on AI in 2024. Yes. So before the Media Council goes away, uh, ask, or you can go to their website, or you can access it. It includes checklists for detecting bias. Yes. And it also has guidelines for transparent disclosure and clear protocols for editorial oversight. That is for newsrooms, eh? When using automated systems. They haven't said don't use, but they have given guidelines. So those five layers create a reinforcing safety net. So we are safe. We are safe. The challenge ahead of us is practical to ensure that media practitioners, technologists, and regulators actually collaborate. They collaborate to align AI deployment with all the five layers of accountability that I've just mentioned. This is especially urgent in contexts where we have this concept called data colonialism, algorithmic opacity. They don't want you to know what you are doing, and the institutional gaps that exist. These ones, they can amplify harm if we do not pay attention. Look at your neighbor and say, is she not finishing? I told you I read. So I'm hoping that during your other discussions, this general talk will help. I said, look at your neighbor and ask, when is she finishing? Hey, tell your neighbor for real. So having examined those risks and regulations, my students know that I have a disease called tokyosis. And I don't get tired of talking unless you stop me, but I'm about to finish. So, having examined risks and regulations in our previous slide, let's now go forward and look at an Afrocentric roadmap. Africa. What are we talking about? A proactive, values-driven model for ethical AI adoption in media and communication. Now, this framework is guided by three foundational principles. I've already mentioned, but let me just summarize them here. The Ubuntu ethics, which teaches that I am because we are. That one, you want to read about the Ubuntu ethics, you can go ahead and read. Now, apply to AI, this means that technologies should support collective well-being, equity, and cultural continuity. So there are those three things that should not be ignored, even if we are using AI. So AI models should not only be technically robust, but socially aware and linguistically inclusive. Okay? reflecting African realities and not just global defaults. The way you found it is the way you're going to use it, and the way you're going to tell me about it, and you don't bring it to our context. So, number two, participatory design. Looking at those three, because they must work together, and that's why they are intertwined. Ethical AI cannot be designed in boardrooms alone. So, those of us who are experts in that area, don't hide and design AI, AI applications and leave us out. So, newsrooms, universities, artists, um, um, I was hoping that there will be an AI music before we continued, but I hope those from the music department are identifying some AI lyrics. Yes, artists and community watchdogs. They must all co-create and critique and continually adapt these systems. Now, participatory ethics usually builds what is called public trust, and it helps anticipate context specific harms before they scale. So you don't come up with applications, AI applications that will ignore the specific contexts. Yes. And then transparency and watermarking. That is the third one. AI generated content must be clearly labeled, okay, to preserve audience agency. Whether it is an election message or whether it is a translated news brief, watermarking and version disclosure is, is important. It should be a standard. So you as aspiring practitioners, or you who are already in practice, or you who are trainers or teachers like me, we need to remind ourselves that it is a very important thing. So just the same way we cite sources of information in academic writing, we say cite sources. And then the young people, most of them will say, yeah, I got it from the internet. What are you talking about? Who placed it there? Okay, so we need to we get used to labeling and acknowledging that this is an AI generated information, but of course not for an exam. Even if it's for an exam, you say, yes, I got it from this and that, and then you include your interpretation. Hi, I'm almost there. So from those principles, we derive actionable strategies. The media houses should form internal ethics boards. We may not be in media houses, but we may be working in conjunction with media houses. Or you may, those I'm told, year threes will be going for their attachments, and you will be in a media house. So these are some of the principles that are suggested here. Media houses should form internal ethics boards, which comprise editorial leads, data scientists, and public ombudsmen. Number two, AI literacy modules should be embedded in journalism and communication programs for training future professionals to use, evaluate, and question AI outputs. Because we need to question, we don't just take in. Then at a regional level, we may need, this is a tall order, we may need a policy harmonization, such as an East African, maybe digital charter, for example, to prevent regulatory arbitrage, because maybe one country has regulations, another one doesn't have. So there is need for policy harmonization, for shared accountability. So, as Africa adapts AI, we have rare opportunity, not just you and I, not just to follow, but we need to lead. You need to lead so that we are not just consumers. So this slide that I've projected now is a mirror, not a forecast. It's just a mirror. Let's see, is it possible? Is it not possible? Is it practical? Can it work? It offers two trajectories that hinge on the choices we make today in policy, design, and pedagogy. One is the utopian one. The utopian horizon you can see where AI is ethically embedded in Africa's communication ecosystems. Okay. And then we close our eyes and imagine a newsroom that delivers daily news, maybe in Kikuyu, in Luganda, in Kinyarwanda, in Oromo, yeah, driven by locally fine-tuned language models. We have closed our eyes, okay? We are just imagining a utopian scenario, okay? Then you will picture some rural communities. When you close your eyes, you see good things. Rural communities receiving flood warnings via voice alerts that are from AI platforms in their native dialects, not in English, before a national broadcast even airs them. And then we visualize journalism schools like ours here, where students are not just AI users, okay, but co-designers. You can design AIs that other people in other parts of the world can use, where training models, um, we own them. These are not fantasies. I said you close your eyes. They are not fantasies, but they are just feasible futures. They are possible. They are possible, and they are already unfolding. And maybe everyone is not talking about it. Some regions are already piloting them. Even here in Kenya, I think there are some pilot projects that are running here in Kenya, and I think in Ghana, yes, and Nigeria, yeah, and South Africa. But on the other hand, if regulation lags, then if regulation lags and if ethics are sidelined, then what do we risk? We risk sliding into the other side, dystopian, okay, where we have to deal with deep fakes. I know you have papers on deep fakes, okay, deep fakes, which could manipulate the already fragile public and democracies. Then you will have generative chatbots that might unknowingly amplify certain situations, tribal, xenophobia, and so on and so forth, and poorly regulated surveillance if we don't take charge now. So, um, now that is the summary. So, which future do you think you feel comfortable with? Which future feels more likely today? Okay, take some time. Talk to your neighbor. You have been quiet for a long time. Madam, I don't have water. You have water, so talk to your neighbor. Which future feels this the utopian or the dystopia? Talk to your neighbor, please. Where there is freestyle, everybody's doing everything. Okay. Which of these futures I'm asking is more likely? Okay. Talk to a neighbor. It is good to talk to a neighbor. Okay. So this is not an end point. I don't know where you have decided to stand. It is not an end point. It is just um the beginning. This is something for us to think about as we proceed. So as I approach the close of my presentation, I want to invite you to consider your role individually, not as a passive uh, observer of AI as it rises, and then you marvel, and then you make use of it, and then you say, hooray, it has helped me. But we need to be active stewards of its direction, and uh, so that we can be proud. We can be proud of to be partakers of this AI evolution uh, deservingly. Yeah, deservingly. That's the word I was looking for. So uh, let me make my conclusion by saying this. Um, there is need for imperatives for the responsible integration of artificial intelligence in mass communication. There is no doubt about that. And there is need to educate, where we must mainstream the AI ethics in our curricula across the journalism schools, communication departments, and governance programs, all of them. And if possible, let's not make it an elective. It should be a core component in our curricula for future, so that the future professionals learn to interrogate technology and not just operate it. Okay. Then we need regulation. We need binding standards, binding standards on disclosure, accountability, and algorithmic um, auditing, where AI generated content, media content must be labeled. Data sets should be uh, reviewable, and then users must redress mechanisms when harms occur. Then lastly, collaboration, where progress here, we can only progress if there is a cross-section partnerships, where we are saying journalists alone cannot do this, neither can engineers or even lawmakers in isolation. So the invitation is to build coalitions, but coalitions where the academia, where I stand, meets newsroom practitioners, and then the civil society. I'm sure there are some of you here. They stand up and they should be able even to challenge the technocrats, and where they identify blind spots and challenge them, so that we are not just focusing on what we see, like the human rights, because we have technical um, things that we must deal with. And then African voices should co-lead in the global innovation. So I have actually made a personal pledge to embed these values in my teaching, depending on the resources, research, and institutional leadership. So I leave you with a quote, which we all know, from this young tech scholar, that technology is best when it brings people together. You can Google this tech person. He's very young. He was born in 1984. In 1984, I was in year one. Yes, yes. So you can imagine this guy here is only 41 as we speak, but he is shaking the world. So he's reminding us, he's a tech, he's reminding us that technology is best when it brings people together. So I want to stop here and I want to request, I am not going to take any AI take questions. I will only take, if there are, on practice and implementation and how we can navigate ourselves as members of of us, those who have attended this, and for our future. Thank you very much. I want to stop here. Those who came in late, I want to go to my first slide. You might say, who was that talking? Just a minute. Coming from communication, you want people not to make mistakes. My name is that one. I just like my name to be called Lydia, but when I come to a forum like this, I add that other one. Yes. So if you can't remember the other two names, just remember Lydia. I will not tell you that, um, uh, do you know me? I don't tell people that. And all my students know that. So that is where I come from. And I'm a teacher by profession, as you heard. And currently, I'm in Egerton University in charge of the, the program, communication and media. And majority of your teachers here, they were my students. So I'm repeating just in case you doubt. Thank you. Okay, please. Niende kukaa. I go sit. I go down. Niende chini. Twende usemo.
Let us appreciate Dr. Lydia Ayako Mareri with a handful of claps. And Dr. Lydia was my lecturer last semester. She took us through audience analysis. And I can tell you for a fact she's very loyal and strict with time. Yes. So our keynote speaker, the guest speaker, our dean, Dr. Michael Ndonye, the faculty, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome again to our next session of this conference. First and foremost, I would like to appreciate our sponsors, the Media Council of Kenya, Internews, and Creco Kenya. We appreciate for sponsoring this event. And you can follow our social media handles on Facebook at Kabarak University, Instagram Kabarak University, and on X at kabarak.univ. They are here. You can follow us, and we are also live on YouTube. So at this juncture, I would like to welcome our Dean, Dr. Michael Ndonyi, to invite the next guest speaker. And I would like to just to remind the speakers that we are having 30 minutes of time for the presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Miss Kabarak University. Students, can you appreciate your Miss Kabarak? Hey, allow me to adjust this. I'm tall. I'm taller than my teacher. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I want to appreciate even our keynote speaker who is with us today. He gave his keynote yesterday. Professor Wilson Ugangu, you're very much welcome. And also Abraham Marita is here. He will be presenting from Internews, and also Jackson Karanja from Media Council. We really appreciate your presence this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is David Blumenkratz, an artist and an educator who has taught for more than 20 years in journalism department at California State University. He is a tenured professor teaching a wide range of classes that includes, I'd kindly take this seriously because I don't know, allow me to just hold this thing myself. Yeah, I think I'm better that way, sorry. So I was telling students kindly listen to these speakers because we expect when we are free, kindly interact with them. That is why we are reading their bios so that you know where you are placed, the skills that you need, the connection that you are likely to have that is useful to you. So listen, and if you want to interact with them kindly, we have not prevented you from doing so. Interact with them for your advantage. Thank you very much for that. Let me continue. So Dr. David, Professor David, is an expert in documentary photojournalism, visual communication, investigative reporting, magazine journalism, news literacy, and also theory of mass communication, with an emphasis on theory and practice. He is an author of The Intelligence is Artificial, The Techniques, Aesthetics, and Ethics of AI Image Generation. I think we have this book in our library. If we do not have, can we have a copy, sir? Yeah. And if you find it, also you find the favor, you can also hand me a copy. Yeah, thank you. David holds a BA in journalism, an MA in arts education, and what we call Master of Fine Arts in visual communication. His professional experience includes NGO documentary and photojournalism work in East and Central Africa, covering social media development and political issues from 1987 to 1994. Gen Z, were you born? From 1992 to 1994, he supervised the information department at the Udugu Society of Kenya. His photography and writing from this period are published in his book, Edges of Africa. His work has been exhibited and published in several countries outside the United States, including Kenya, Zimbabwe, China, Germany, and France. Professor David has also freelanced for the Los Angeles Times and various other publications as a writer and photographer. He has also lectured at several universities in China, presenting his documentary photography of intangible cultural heritages activities in Hubei and Yunnan provinces at the 2015 and 2017 International Communication Conferences at Wuhan University, that must be in China. Finally, Professor David has designed and taught workshops for a variety of clients, most recently in Kenya for Shofco's Kibra School for Girls. That was in 2022 at Mukoro Youth Initiative in 2024. Previous photography education projects in Africa include work with Kodak East Africa, or African Conference of Churches, the French Cultural Center in Nairobi, and the former freedom fighters working as photographers for the fledgling government of a new Eritrea. In the United States, Professor David documents and works with the people experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles. This includes advocacy media projects, related to urban poverty in Los Angeles, including the one of US exhibition at the Museum of Social Justice in 2018 and 2023's Enough is Never Enough exhibition at the Skid Row History Museum and Archive. And I think this is a befitting invitation. And we want to listen to his presentation, which is entitled The Techniques, Aesthetics, and the Ethics of AI Image Generation. And with joy, help me to welcome Professor David Blumenkratz from California's University to present to us his guest speech. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, I will.
Hello, does that work okay? Before I start my talk, I want to let you know that the book, the AI book is only an ebook. It's not published in a hard copy. But I do have something for you and for the university, a copy of my Just of Africa book. This is the this is the documentation of the 8 years that I lived and worked in Kenya, 87 to 94, and I'm honored to be able to share a copy with your university library. Oh, can we plug this in? HDMI? Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm glad to finally be up on the stage after all those incredible speeches. Our keynote speaker, the last speaker, Dr. Lydia, thank you so much. I'm putting together a class at my university for graduate students called the Theory of Mass Communication, and they want me to design the class focusing on AI. And I hope the students out there, as you were listening to her talk, I know it was very technical, and it made it seem a little dry to you, but I hope you can appreciate the amount of research and diligence that went into compiling all that information, which I'm going to steal from you and use in my class, if you'll be so kind as to share it with me. Thank you. Okay, so what you see here, oh, we only have one screen on, guys, in the back. Can we put both screens on? We don't want to cheat these guys over here. It's a visual presentation, so I hope we have as much visual uh, as possible. The photograph you see up there was taken by me in about 1987 in Nakuru. The NGO that I worked for at the time, we had an office in Nakuru, and we used to work with a lot of schools. So that's I want to put that up there first to verify my credentials as a photographer, because as a photographer who has gone into AI work, thank you, I really need that. As a photographer who has gone into AI work, we deal with a lot of derision and skepticism from the photojournalism industry. There's a lot of suspicion about AI and a lot of mistrust. And I've had to, I found myself in the unusual position of having to defend myself as somebody who likes using AI. But since my MFA is in visual communication, when AI came out a couple of years ago, it just seemed like a natural thing to want to learn it and how to use it properly. So there we go. All right. So what I've done is put together a presentation just this morning, in fact, that I thought would be the most useful for you guys and the most interesting. And I'm going to try to get through it in 30 minutes, but I doubt that I'll make it. So just drag me off the stage if you want to do that. Let's see. How do you activate it? I never use PowerPoint anymore. How do you start it? slideshow. Here we go. I got it. How do you get a full screen? How do you go full screen? Oh, it is for you. Okay. It's good. Okay. Are we not going to have two screens? Huh? Okay. Okay. I want these guys to see. Okay. Who can tell me, somebody in the audience, what is that picture of? Just raise your hand or just yell it out. Does anybody know what it is? Don't be shy. You're in college. Should be okay. Yes. Exactly. Thank you. So I actually came to Kenya last year, and I happened to arrive. Tomorrow is the 1 year anniversary of the beginning of that protest movement. They call Mandamano. And a friend of mine who's a photographer, a guy who I respect as a great photographer, posted that on social media. And when I saw it, my reaction was, "Oh, what a great photograph!" And then I looked closer. I said, "It's a little too perfect to be a photograph." And then I asked him, "Did you take that?" He goes, "No, that's AI." And I was like, "Okay, that's a really incredible example of somebody using AI to create what we would call a symbolic image, right?" So my presentation today is really about this. It's about this idea of how can we use AI responsibly in ways that are not unethical. Is there a place for it in journalism? Is there a place for it in documentary? And is there a place for it in the world of art? So those are all concerns of mine. One of my degrees is journalism. Two of my degrees are in art, actually. So I have as much interest in looking at things from an artistic point of view as from as a reportage point of view. So the name of my research was called, as the dean told you, Intelligence is Artificial: The Techniques, Aesthetics, and Ethics of AI Image Generation. What happened was a good friend of mine in Nairobi called Andrew Njoroge started posting all these beautiful images about 2.5 years ago. And I thought, oh, he was my photography student years ago, but he hadn't been taking photographs for a while. And I thought, oh, he's back taking photography. But they also look too perfect. So when I asked him what it was, he goes, no, this is AI. So I got interested in AI based on my friend's work, and I started exploring with it a lot. And my first interest was to see how close I could make it look like photography. As a photographer, that was my concern. But the research, I, we don't have time to go through the entire ebook. It's about 150 pages. What I would like to do is I have it on a Dropbox folder on the cloud, and I will give a link to the ebook to the university, to the dean, or to another faculty member. And if you'd like a copy of the ebook, a free copy of it, if what you hear today interests you and you want to really read it, because there's a lot of text in the book, there's a lot of writing in the book, some by me, some by AI. It's an interesting overview of the whole situation. You can get a copy and download it and have it as a PDF file. Okay. So this is the table of contents page from the book. It goes through 7 different sections, and I'm not going to waste time reading that to you right now. But the first section talks about the fundamental basics of AI image generation, which is basically based on prompt writing, right? Everything's about prompt writing. So that's what the beginning is called, the technology behind the magic of being able to create an image. In this case, I was trying to create an image of a black Jesus figure, and I created several variations of that. And it was it was interesting to see how AI would respond to the prompts. It's interesting. One of the things I discovered was that you could give the exact same prompt to different AI platforms and get very different results. So if this is an example of the prompt there, a strange asymmetric abnormal lady has a head that looks like a triangle, just a crazy artistic, uh, random kind of an idea. And I ran it through 3 different platforms. and I got three very different styles of artwork out of it. And the same thing would be true if you were trying to create a realistic photorealistic image. You'd get very different results from different platforms. And also, with most AI platforms, when you put a prompt in, it will give you usually 4 results. And it's kind of like if you ask, 4 different artists to draw the same picture or paint the same picture or photograph the same subject, you'd get 4 different variations of it. So it gives you usually 4 different variations. And those are some examples of some of the I don't want to really call them experiments, but that's kind of what they were. I spent about 2 years really playing with AI to try to figure out the limitations, the capabilities, the flaws, the glitches, and all the ethical issues. So, who can tell me which of these is the actual painting and which one is an AI image? Anybody want to guess? There's, there's there's a wrong answer. Okay, the one on the closer to me on the right is AI. That's what you thought? She's like, yeah. Mhm. Okay. Um, yeah, I've done this with photography as well, and the purpose was because one of the chapters in the text in the ebook dwells on this idea of people not respecting AI and not accepting it as a legitimate art form. So the point I was just trying to make was you can create art that looks as artistic as actual painting, not to diminish the labor and the handiwork that goes into real photography or real painting or real drawing. But I've asked many people, which of those do you like better? And I've had several people say they actually, without knowing which one was AI and which one was a real painting. And a lot of people like the AI image better. So there you go. I'm not trying to kill art. The name of the chapter is art dead, or is the sky is it's called The Sky Is Not Falling. But the premise is that a lot of people are saying AI is killing art. It's going to make art obsolete. It's going to make artists obsolete. And my response to that is nobody's stopping you from picking up a paintbrush. Nobody's stopping you from picking up a camera or a pen. All right. So one of the interesting things that got me into AI was what I call the unpredictability factor. And this was the one example that really caught my imagination because what you see there is a face swap. And all I asked for, I said, give me another version of that first photograph. It's not a photograph, it's a photorealistic image of two theater actors, an actor and actress in the theater. I said, give me another version. And the AI just flipped their faces. I said, that's ridiculous. But I thought that's one of the qualities of AI that makes it a unique medium. It does weird things like that. It does all these weird glitchy things. There's a whole chapter in the book called The Unpredictability Factor, and I show people with 6 fingers and 2 heads and all kinds of crazy things that sometimes it actually makes the image more interesting. So rather than just sort of dismiss it as trash, you have to sort of embrace that as part of the technology. It sort of comes with the territory. So here's another example. I wanted to create an image of a Kenyan colonial era school. And I got these very strange results where the teacher has blood on her face and all these things that I didn't ask for were just popping up. So I call it The Way It Wasn't. And that's another example of AI's unique capabilities. Okay, let me just take a quick drink. All right, as a photographer, again, my preoccupation was exploring how close I can make AI look like photography. And as you can see there, I got pretty close, as close as you can probably get. But as you see there in my text, do not be alarmed. There's no such thing as AI photography. That's sort of the phrase I came up with to sort of tell people when they said, "Oh, you're cheating. It's it's like a lazy way to do photography. It's not real photography. And I think we should just sort of embrace that and just admit that and move on and know that you can't create an image of if there's a traffic accident, you can send a photographer out there to photograph it. Or if there's a war, you can send a photographer out there to photograph it, or a homeless person on the street. You can create an AI image of that, but it's not the actual moment. It's what we would call photorealism. The same way that there's photorealistic painting, there's photorealistic drawing, ink drawings that look very much like photographs. Some people are so good at it, you can't tell the difference. So to me, these images are photorealism, but they're not photographs. And I'll get into that a little bit more soon. Um, our keynote speaker used a great analogy yesterday about about the printing press. That when the printing press was invented, it raised a lot of questions and a lot of skepticism, and there was a lot of pros and cons to it. I told him later that I used the same analogy with the camera. And one of the things that I noticed when I started hearing a lot of criticism about AI images that look like photographs was that the rhetoric they were using, the language they were using, is almost exactly verbatim similar to what people were saying about photography in the late 1800s when it was first invented. That it's soulless, it's a mechanical thing, therefore it doesn't take any human talent to do it. Word for word, almost. We had the same kind of criticisms. And I have a quote here by a very famous photographer who was defending photography at the time. He says, the originality of a work of art refers to the originality of the thing expressed and the way it is expressed, whether it's poetry, photography, or painting. That one technique is more difficult than another, no one will deny. No one's denying the talent it takes to be a good painter or a good artist or a good photographer. The greatest thoughts have been expressed by means of the simplest technique, writing. So I have quite a bit in the book about that. And to the people who were saying photographs and AI images lack soul, the eyes look dead. They look mechanical. They don't look human. I disagree. I have found a lot of AI images, and whether they're paintings or they're photorealistic, where they do evoke emotion. So I asked an AI platform, Claude AI, about that. And a lot of the text in my book is written by AI. When I want to write about AI itself, I want AI to be able to speak for itself. So there are a lot of pages in the book that are just written by ChatGPT or just written by Claude AI, and I just put them in there. And there are other passages in the book that I wrote myself. But AI wrote, while AI may not have emotions, it can still create images that evoke emotions in viewers. Art is often about the response it elicits. And if AI generated art can move people, it can be considered successful. I thought that was pretty good for AI, right? And I've had Claude AI write poetry, write screenplays, and it does a pretty good job. It usually needs a lot of human editing, or some human editing, but it's interesting how good it is. So here's some examples of what AI can do that photography can't do. I created this image of this woman, and then I said, let's see how she looks when she turns 80. I re-uploaded the image. This was an AI image. Then I had it, and I asked Midjourney, I believe it was at the time I was using Midjourney, how would she look when she turns 80? Same with this guy. I had a 70-year-old man and I said, well, what would he look like when he was in his 30s? And AI came up with these images. And these are about as close to photography as you could probably get. And so once I got to this point, I pretty much stopped doing that. And I'll show you why. But so here's my thesis on this. This is an essay called An Idea of a Man. The idea of a man. So you know now that the picture on the bottom is the AI image. Picture on the top is an actual man that I met in Camarido about 1990 something. He was my neighbor. I used to live in that area. And he was an old Mzee. He was a former Mau Mau, and I knew his son. He gave me a ride home on a donkey cart from Limuru Market, and I met the whole family, the Shosho and everybody. And I spent a lot of time with them. I took a lot of photographs of all the family members. So for me, there's a lot of actual human memory and emotion and history attached to that photograph. And that's what this passage is about. Whereas the man on the bottom is what you'd probably call an avatar, right? It's a symbol of a man. It's like a drawing, like I said. It's an illustration. So to me, AI images are illustrations. Whether they look photographic, whether they look like paintings, whether they look like when you watch a AI movie that looks like a cinematic film, my opinion is that you're watching animation. No, not much different from a cartoon. It's animated. It's not a real cinematic. They're not real people. It's not being recorded on film or being recorded on video or anything like that. It's animation. So these are illustrations. Okay, so here we go. I finally got to the conclusion. No camera, no photograph. No big deal. It's okay. Don't kill me for doing it because people were like attacking me. You're ruining your reputation. You're supposed to be a photographer. What are you doing? And I'm like, I can walk and I can chew gum at the same time. Just because I'm enjoying doing AI doesn't mean I'm not still a photographer. I don't still love photography and I don't still do photography. I do. So this is my premise on that. No such thing as AI photography. AI, by definition, the word photography means writing with light. In the absence of using optical lenses, recording devices, cameras, shutters, all of the things that go with photography, all the best that AI can do is create photorealistic images, essentially just more precise renderings of reality than other forms of photorealism. Okay? So that's why I said yesterday in the panel, delete that term AI photography from your vocabulary, but people use it still. A lot of people use it. And there is a lot of discussion, like the question that Dr. Mbatia asked me, how is AI going to affect perceptions of photography? It's a very important question because there is a lot of debate that still goes on about it. And most of it is related to the ethics of photojournalism and documentary and the actual representation of people. You're not really representing somebody if you're just doing I mean, you are. You can even do an AI image that looks like somebody, but it's not the moment. So I have a whole explanation here, and I asked ChatGPT, why are AI generated images not photographs? And it gave me a very detailed response that was like 4 different paragraphs. I'm not going to read them all to you. I don't want to put you guys to sleep. But the first section is called synthetic creation. It's got synthetic creation as opposed to organic, scientific recording. Interpretation and imagination is a different dynamic involved between how you create something in AI. It's really prompt engineering. Idealization and optimization, that AI can actually idealize the way something looks. It can make it look too perfect, you know? And that happens a lot with AI. You get those images that the skin doesn't look, it looks too plastic or something like that. So that was one of the things I was trying to do. I was trying to get the skin to have the texture of actual skin. And I tried all these different words my friend Njoroge was using, and like cinematic lighting and volumetric lighting. I was trying all these different terminologies in my prompts to get to really make it look like, like a photograph. And then once I did, I said, well, I'm not going to do that anymore. So there's that picture at the bottom there. There was a guy, I think a Dutch or a German guy, who entered an AI image in a photo contest and he won. And of course, people were pissed off. This is blasphemy. How can you do this? But he came out and said, I did it on purpose. I just wanted to see if I could get away with it. I just wanted to see if people would be able to tell the difference. And of course, everybody just like totally freaked out. And then when it comes to photojournalism, this page is about AI programs cannot replace actual AI programs cannot replace actual photojournalists for several reasons. And I think the reasons are pretty obvious. And I go into that here: context and perspective, ethics and objectivity, And then human connection. Most important to me, they're all important as a photojournalist, but the human connection is by far the most important. You know, when you're out on a story with people, you have to have empathy. You have to be able to, care and want to tell the story in the best possible way. You want to represent their lives in a way that does justice to whatever they're going through. And you can't necessarily depend on a machine to do that. Okay, so the next, I'm going through a lot of topics. I could have just taken one topic and dwelled on it in depth, but I want to give you guys a lot of quick versions of a lot of different topics. The issue of copyright. That's important because we're in journalism, we're in the media. And I'm not sure exactly if the US copyright laws are similar to the Kenyan copyright laws, but that's one of the big issues. And one of the things that I found in my research was that a prompt cannot be copyrighted. A prompt is just an idea, and and therefore an AI generated image at this point cannot be copyrighted because for it's a very gray area. They haven't really sorted it all out. They're working on it supposedly, but when you look at a photograph or an image that looks like a photograph from AI or any AI image, that image was made by scraping algorithms from possibly hundreds or even thousands of different images to compile them into one image. And what you see there in those little boxes, I ran some of my AI images through something called Google Eye. And what it does, it traces that image back to its origin to see if there's any other images that look like it. And I did that with several of my images. There's a lot of examples in the ebook. And never once did I find an exact copy. I did find photographs that look similar, but that's natural. There are people that look similar. There are situations that are similar. But to say that you stole that image from this particular photographer is very difficult to prove and very difficult to even say from my perspective. So that's it. And then also we have something in the US called fair use. Like if I'm putting a textbook and I'm showing it to my students, if you're using something existing by something that's a movie or a song or a photograph or whatever, text, a passage from a literature, and you use it in your educational work, you can do that without paying a copyright fee because it's fair use, educational purposes. There are 4 categories of fair use, and the one that I find to be the most relevant to AI is the one that says that, here it is, the amount and substantiality of the portion used. So that's my point, that if I'm creating an image with AI and it's using a little bit from about 100 different images, that doesn't seem like a violation of copyright to me because the amount and the substantial amount of that image used is so minor. It's not to say that artists shouldn't have any concerns about having their work being used to train AI platforms, and they do have concerns about that, and that's another area that's still not settled. There's not enough regulation yet. Maybe there never will be. It's kind of like a wild west right now. It's kind of chaotic, but it's an interesting discussion to have. There's actually a site that I found that I have a link to it in my ebook where you can go to it and you can upload your own photographs or your own artworks, and it will tell you if it's been used to train an AI platform. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So there's a link to it in the ebook. Okay, here's some examples of fakes that are used for propaganda purposes, right? We all know about that. And Dr. Lydia talked about that, about the ethics of fakes. So this was a case that happened during the campaign for presidential election last year in the United States, where suddenly these pictures appear of Donald Trump surrounded by his black friends, of which he probably doesn't really have very many because he's pretty well known as the racist. But he was trying to soften that image, whether it was him or somebody supporting him, or just somebody who didn't have it. He just did it for the sake of it. We don't really know. But these are the examples of those kind of things. And there's many of them, and they're increasing daily. So I have a list, I have a chart in here, mainstream media responses and safeguards. So this goes through how the media is responding to AI. And we're talking here about like major news outlets in the United States, like whether it's CNN for broadcast, whether it's the New York Times for print, things like that. So it goes into the responses and the safeguards that they're putting in place. And again, I'm not going to read it to you. It's too lengthy, and I want to have time to go through all my slides. Okay, the next topic is in the same chapter on bias, and it's the chapter on ethics and bias, and it's about the implicit bias in AI, which has been mentioned a few times in this conference already. What I was doing, I was testing that idea that AI. I heard, oh, when you write a prompt, AI will find the existing images out there and regurgitate them to you. So I tested it. I said, give me some black and white portraits in the studio with dramatic lighting of the stereotypical successful young male looks like in America today. And it gave me all young white men. Then I asked it, black and white film portrait in the studio of what a young adult man in America who is incarcerated in prison most likely will look like. And it gave 4 black men. So that's a glaring example of the implicit bias. It's not to say that the AI is biased or that it's been trained necessarily intentionally in a biased way, but the majority of images perhaps on the internet show that, or that's the stereotype that's perpetrated in the media. So AI has that weakness. It can't look at that and say, "Oh no, I'm going to come up with something on my own because I know what he wants." But it just does. It's a machine. And here is the prime example. I wish you could take a look at this. I was looking at a bunch of photographs of the colonial days in Africa when the African porters would carry the white explorers or whatever, across the river so they wouldn't get their feet dirty, and they would carry them through the jungle and all that. And I had all these photographs, and I put one in to AI and I said, "Can you give me an image that shows, let's reverse that. Let's show what it would look like if you had white porters carrying an African." And the first image that it came up with, it's kind of hard to see. It couldn't do it because there are no images except one photograph of Idi Amin that people probably are familiar with. There's one photograph where he did that as a joke or something one time, but the vast majority of photographs don't show that. So AI couldn't find that, and it just showed me 4 Africans carrying another African. So I tried to get more specific with my language. I said, "Come on, you can do better than that." And I tinkered with the prompt, and then it came up with, again, the picture in the middle, their faces are Caucasian, but their bodies are still African. So I said, "Come on, you really have to try harder. I know you can do it." And I wrote another prompt, and finally it was able to do it, but it wasn't having the white guys working. They're just standing there taking a break. So that was as close as I could get to that project, to a result that I was trying to achieve. And it took about an hour of trying and trying again until I got an image close to what I was trying to accomplish, to show AI's ability to create fantasy, to create fictional images or whatnot. Okay, so leaving behind the idea now about trying to make AI look like photographs. The next chapter is called Taking in Other Directions. I said, okay, let me just start playing with, I consider myself something of an artist, try different styles of art. So I started playing with all different types of artistic styles, surrealistic painting, Rene Magritte, abstract art. So I'm just going to go through these really fast, okay? Because there's a lot of them. I did this, like I said, for 2 years. I kind of lost my mind and just did AI all the time for a long time. Yeah. So these are some examples. Some look like paintings. Some look like watercolor paintings. Some look like they're like the one in the middle at the bottom is styled after a certain famous artist, and so on. Then I tried to do some sort of more abstract graphic design type looks. I called it chromatics. What would happen was I would be in these Facebook groups with other AI art generators, and I would see something that they created. I go, oh, I love that, and I would ask them, what is your prompt? And there's a lot of there's Facebook groups called AI prompt sharing, and you share ideas. And I started creating a catalog. I have probably 100 different recipes that I can go to and create different styles and different looks. Geometric abstractions, variations on multimedia, mixed media, where you'd mix together painting and drawing, things like that. Something that looks more like it was painted. These are like oil paintings, cartoonish. Have a lot of different kinds of cartoons in there. There's something called fractal art that somebody did that I really liked. So I started doing a whole series of fractal artworks. Very abstract. Sketchy, things that look like ink drawings, charcoal drawings, wild art styles that are more, mixed media. It's what I call macabre, just kind of bizarre, like Tim Burton movie kind of looks, Halloweenish. And Bauhaus grunge. One of my favorite is I took a Maasai person and I put him in Times Square in New York to create a juxtaposition of cultures. Okay, then on a more serious note, I started creating graphic design little posters for my friends who run CBOs in Nairobi. World Environment Day, water issues, feminism, issues of feminism. I started using AI to create graphic designs for an actual purpose. And this is where I think we can really do something with it, right? You can use it in a constructive way to actually try to create something that has some kind of meaning. So I have a whole series of memes where I would create these images and then I would use Photoshop and I would drop the text in. Because at the time, there was only one AI platform that could put text in and not misspell all the words. And it was called Ideogram. And I was using that a lot. Now they charge a lot of money for it, so I can't use it anymore. But now ChatGPT, I'll show you in a few minutes, is able to write word. And there's a page in my ebook that explains, it says words are pictures too. So when you're training an AI bot, if you don't train it to recognize letters and numbers, that's why it misspells. If you've had that experience and it misspells the words and things like that, that's why. So here's some that I did very recently in the last couple of weeks. These are not even in the book. These are too new. I asked my friend to help me with my Swahili a little bit, and we wanted to create these sort of messages that we're going to create some T-shirts with these kind of artworks on them, right? Yeah. So these are done with ChatGPT 4.0, and it's able to spell the words maybe 7 out of 10 times it gets it right. If it misspells the word, I can tell it. Oh, you forgot how to spell that word. You spelled it right last time. This time you messed it up. Can you go back and do it again? And this time also, can you make her smile more? So you just kind of work with the AI. And what's amazing about the AI now is that it's very conversational. It'll come back to me and say, oh, I have some ideas. Would you like me to do this? Would you like me to do that? Would you like, and it gives me all these different suggestions, which is pretty nice. Sometimes they're very helpful, sometimes they're useless. Okay, with my students, I've been using AI in our visual communication class. For example, during the campaign season last year, I had them create editorial political cartoons about the presidential election, and so we were assigned to use Ideogram because at the time, again, it could create text, and they were pretty good. A lot of them were very, very, very good. And also, we design magazine covers, and they'll use a text AI to create the sort of description of the magazine, and then they'll use a visual AI to create the magazine cover, and then they will use their own writing skills to sort of explain the magazine, to sort of explain their design choices. So that way they're required to use AI, but they're also required to do their own critical thinking and do their own writing. And I've been doing that assignment for 20 years, and we just started doing it with AI. Before that, they had to come up with some other photograph and, design it manually. Now we're doing it now I'm giving them the option to use AI or not. And most of them like to use the AI. And here's like something even because I had AI write a poem about a bird that was underwater. He was confused. He got lost. And it wrote a really cute poem. And then I took that poem and I put it into an AI platform and I said, can you create an image for me based on this poem? And I do that a lot. And then I'll take that image and I'll say, now can you analyze that image? And I just keep going back and forth. So I find myself working a lot with AI as sort of a working partner. Good thing that was closed. Could have been electrocuted. That would have been very dramatic. Okay, so shifting gears. I wanted to go back to photography, but I didn't want to have to deal with copyright issues. So I started taking my own photographs. This is very recent. These are not in the book. This is too recent. This is just in the past couple months. And I started running my own photographs through ChatGPT and with these prompts. Make it into a grunge style watercolor painting with black ink marks and put in African patterns in the background. I came up with about 30 different styles. And I was using them with all these different photographs. So it's called Original Photographs by David Blumenkrantz, altered using ChatGPT. And I actually created another. The one with the Kikuyu girl and the Chinese woman is because I had two photographs. One I took in China around 2016, 2017, and one I took in like Limuru, like a long time ago before you guys were born. And I wanted to put them together into one image because I've actually shown those photographs in a photography exhibition where I put them next to each other to show how similar that labor is. Women in China and Kenya, they have a similar burden of labor. So I thought it would also make it interesting. So I asked, how do you say work is work in Chinese? And my Chinese friend told me how to spell it. So here's that same photo from Nakuru, idealized, reimagined. It says transform into a photorealistic multimedia portrait, combining elements of photography, drawing, and painting. And that's what it came up with. This was taken in downtown Nairobi in the early 90s when I was documenting street kids for the Ndugu Society. He made a pretty good sort of a pencil drawing. I asked to do like a charcoal and ink drawing. Photograph I took of a girl in Sudan, made a beautiful AI painting. A Samburu up in Marilal. I've had some of these photographs for a long time, and now they're sort of getting a new life as paintings. And I actually brought with me to Kenya on this trip all of these. I have large prints. So I'm hoping to find a place to have a little exhibition while I'm here. If anybody knows a venue where you want to have a show of these images, I have large prints of all of these images with me. This Ugandan fellow. It's a picture I took in Kibera took a picture with an iPhone and turned it into AI. We're really in the future. Yeah, a lot of these photographs are taken with iPhones, where I'm a Nikon person. I still have my Nikon with me, and I've always used Nikon cameras, but the iPhone is so good now that I end up using it a lot because it's just a lot more portable. That's Miss Akumu. She teaches photography at the Soweto Academy High School in Kibera. Good friend. That's one of our students at Shafco in Kibera and her mother. We visited their home. That's a random lady who was wandering around following me through Nakuru, just staring at me. Yeah, I'm used to that. This photograph was used by the famous Kenyan author who passed away recently, Ngugi wa Thiong'o. I actually went to meet him in his office in California where he teaches when I was putting together that book. I wanted his opinion about how to present the photographs because he had just written a book about language and how, you know, when African languages are taken away, it changes the culture and it changes people's perceptions of themselves. So I wanted to ask him if he thought there was an analogy between writing and photography. And we had he gave me very generous with his time. We spent a few hours together. And then he loved that photo and he said it reminded of himself when he was a kid. And there's something about it in my book, Edges of Africa, about that interaction, about how a photograph can be symbolic. It doesn't have to be about that specific boy and that specific day. It can still be a symbolic image, right? He's not a Kenyan, but it's one of my photographs. I wanted to put it in there. There's a friend of mine called Wardera, and we were doing like Pixar style, cartoony kind of art, which is everybody seems to love here. Been doing a lot of those. Here's one of my old photographs that was taken during, this was actually during the time of Saba Saba, a long time ago. And there was a meeting at the church, and that's Bishop Korea. And I had this photograph that I always loved. And I just wanted to see how it would look as a painting. So I put it through the AI. And this is not my photograph, obviously, but I'm working with a guy up in Nyeri who's a historian, and he's doing a lot of research on Mau Mau. And so we're trying to find out who the original photographer was. So while we were doing that, I thought, oh, let me just create another artwork out of that famous photograph of Dedan Kimathi when he was captured. Okay, so the last section, I'm not sure how we're doing on time, but the last section is called co-intelligence. And co-intelligence touches on, it's the umbrella under which everything we've been talking about at this conference falls. Co-intelligence is what Dr. Lydia was talking about, that we have to find ways for people to use AI in a cooperative way, in a responsible way, and not run from it, but sort of work together with it. And it's a theory that was created by a man called Ethan Mollick. He's from university in the United States. He's got books. He's got a blog about it, and he's really into co-intelligence. This whole idea. So it's a very long chapter. I only put a couple examples in. For example, you can ask Claude AI to analyze and write a summary of any photograph or any image. That's an AI image, actually. Okay. So I asked Claude AI, how do you do it? And Claude AI answered, when asked to analyze an image, we combine the visual understanding with our broader knowledge base to provide relevant context, historical information, or critique. For instance, if shown a famous photograph, we can recognize not just what's in the image, but potentially its historical significance, the photographer, and so on and so forth. So there's several pages in the book of that with some famous photographs, some historical photographs, and some more obscure photographs, and some AI images. And what was interesting about it was it didn't recognize this as AI. It thought it fooled itself. It thought it was a photograph because it looks photorealistic. Okay. So here's another example. I call this artificial sensitivity, that AI has guardrails. Most AI platforms have like a governor on them. There are AI platforms that are custom made, that people are able to do whatever they want. But right now, if you go to most AI platforms, you ask, show me a picture of Donald Trump as Satan. It won't do it. It says, no, that goes against our policy, our content policy. We're not going to go there. But if you go to a smaller AI platform, you can pretty much get it to do anything you want, right? So in this case, it's a writing situation. I had this picture, and I wanted to do a story, a parable about if Jesus Christ came back to Earth, and he went to the poorest neighborhood in America, which is called Skid Row, which is where I do a lot of my photography with the homeless people. It's a very bleak place. He goes there, I said, and he blends in and he starts preaching to people and and people start following him. But there are a lot of people who think he's just a crazy homeless person and they don't believe him, including some of the social workers and the law enforcement and so on. So what happens a lot on Skid Row is that every now and then they do these things called sweeps where they gather people up and they take them into jail for whatever reasons. And in my story, I asked, can you write a story about when he's in jail? We have a modern day crucifixion, that one of the people who was skeptical of him and didn't believe him takes his life while he's in prison? And I thought it was a fair question, a hypothetical, wasn't meant to be blasphemous. AI responded, ChatGPT responded, I'm sorry, I cannot generate parable about Jesus that promotes or glorifies violence or cruelty towards him. As an AI language model, my responses are designed to be helpful and respectful to all individuals and groups. Instead, I can offer a parable that focuses on a positive message of love, hope, and compassion. So I've encountered that a lot with all kinds of different topics. Sometimes it just says, I just can't, I'm not going to do that. And even with images, I'll ask for certain images and it just won't do it. So there are limitations. And that's what I was testing. I was pushing it, try to find out what those limitations were. There's also a platform that anybody can use. You can use it right now on your phone called Theobot. It's like an art teacher. You can upload any work of art. Here's a photograph I took in Kibera, and it will analyze it for you from its aesthetic qualities. It's a good photograph, it's a bad photograph. It could be better if you did this. It reminds us of other types of photographs similar by these other artists. It gives you an artist critique. So it's very interesting. So I was using that for a lot of different things. Okay, hold on. So I guess I'm finished. I think I ran out of slides. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, thank you very much. Yes, good. Yes, please. Here, can you use this? So everybody can come up here. Okay. One is enough. We don't need a microphone for every person.
Thank you. I was going to ask my question borders on now we encourage the use of AI as well, especially now in the area of generating photorealistic images. Now, how do we handle the possibility of AI generating images that resemble real life people?
That's what?
How do we navigate the possibilities of AI generating images that look like real life people?
So I think what you're asking is how do we tell the difference? How are we not fooled? Okay, my stock answer is simple. And this is what I tell my photographer friends. And let me show you something else while I'm still up here, if we have a couple minutes. Thought I had included these, but I left them out. Let me see. In photojournalism, in journalism, that's why I said yesterday, to me, the most important word in the title of the conference is ethics, right? Everything comes down to ethics. When I teach photography class, we spend a lot of time talking about ethics, about being responsible, about representing people respectfully, about being accurate, about not plagiarizing, about not concocting things out of thin air, and so on. So there's no responsible photographer who's going to try to, or news agency that's going to try to fool you by using an AI image and saying, oh, this is a photograph that our photographer took. That would be devastating to their reputation. In photojournalism, there's something called the zero tolerance policy. Even before AI, if they found out that you took two images and spliced them together to create a new image, there's a guy from the LA Times who did that in the war in Iraq. He was not reprimanded. He was not slapped on the wrist. He was fired. In fact, there's a whole term. His name is Walski. They say, don't do a Walski. He became a verb. That's how bad it was. So any responsible photographer would not try to do that, first of all, and any responsible news organ. The problem is, though, that there's so much media out there now, social media and unregulated media. And one of the questions yesterday was, how do we regulate all this blogs and social media? How do we hold them to the same standards? Should they be, how much attention and respect and status should we give to non-professional media? And my answer is, like, people that have been trained as journalists have been trained in ethics, and they should know better. There's always going to be unscrupulous people. There's always going to be unscrupulous websites, and there's always going to be propaganda. It's always going to be there. That's why news literacy, visual literacy is so important, because you have to learn how to verify, double check, verify, and so on and so forth. And the only other thing I'll say about that is, what I've noticed is, let's say a photograph comes out and it shows like Joe Biden with no pants, or that's an extreme example, or Joe Biden with a prostitute, or just something that could be very damaging to someone's reputation, or humiliating, or slanderous. It won't take long before people say, because there's so much social media, there's so many people checking everything, that it might fool some people for 1 day or 2 days, but not long enough to really have an impact. Okay? I think that's the answer.
Thank you very much. I think you can give it up for Professor David. That was a very good presentation. Thank you, sir. Clearly, there's AI can get as real as it is, and we appreciate that so much. And so, at this point in time, well, where are my manners? Hello, everyone. My name is Arinota Ainsworth, and I also be your moderator for the day. And so, at this point in time, allow me to welcome the Dean of the School of Music and Media, that he may present a gift here to Professor Makeri. Kindly, sir, welcome. We can clap for them even as he comes.
Mareri, Lydia. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Maleri, Lydia. Pole. Sorry for that. Yeah. Oh, it's only that the moderator referred you to Makeri. Sorry.
We can as well clap as he receives the gift. Thank you very much. And so, even as we progress, you also remember that I can see most of you are using your phones, and so you can take a minute or two, maybe even 15 seconds, to make sure that you also support our partners and also the sponsors. We have Media Council of Kenya, Internews at Internews KE on X, Internews KE on Facebook, and also at Kabarak University, that's on X. Make sure that you keep the conversation alive. Is it okay? Well, thank you very much. And so, for the questions, I would like to also bring to your attention that for the questions, we will handle them later, and also we'll be having all the online presentations. They'll be done in the afternoon. So whatever you have at all the questions that you have, banning and everything, just keep them at bay. We will have time for that, and we'll have a very deep conversation and handle everything. Thank you very much for your patience. And so for the next 15 minutes, allow me to welcome our next presenter, who is, he has traveled all the way, almost halfway across Africa, even to just to us. So let's give it up for Mr. Kadupe Sofala, even as he walks onto us. We can just clap for him because he's coming to present about content creation in digital economy, TikTok, and the rise of music skit in southwestern Nigeria.
Thank you, our moderator. So we, for the interest of time, we've said that other papers, especially those ones that are online, will go in the afternoon. But we still have guests who are here from various universities. We will allow them to make their presentation in the course of the day. So we want to give them priority first. But Kadupe, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. My topic, the title of my paper is Content Creation in the Digital Economy, TikTok, and the Rise of Music Skit in Southwestern Nigeria. Recently, there has been an explosion of creativity due to the democratization of digital platforms and the availability of digital tools that enabled new trends of expression. So in regards to this, I examine how this has to do with music, and in particular, in southwestern Nigeria, which is an area dominated by the Yoruba-speaking people of Nigeria. Okay, so this study investigates the rise of music skits in southern Nigeria, a unique form of content creation of on TikTok that resonates with the region's distinct musical culture. It explores the creative process, use of music, and sociocultural relevance of these skits to online consumers. And as well, the study examines the prospects and opportunities for creators within the entertainment landscape of Western Nigeria. So in examining this phenomenon, I made use of participatory culture theory, which was propounded by Henry Jenkins in 2006 in his seminal work, Convergence Culture, Where Old and New Media Collide. And the theory outlines a cultural shift in which consumers are no longer passive media recipients, but active participants in the creation, circulation, interpretation, and reworking of media content. In this theory, Jenkins describes participatory culture as an environment where individuals and communities engage collaboratively and creatively with media platforms often outside of traditional institutional structure. So methodology, the study was conducted using a ethnographic research design, which is a qualitative research design. So in my sampling, I selected 3 prominent youth Yoruba TikTok creators who were purposely selected based on their use of musical materials from among the Yoruba people and their significant follower engagement on TikTok. Data was gathered via non-participant observation of the creators' public TikTok profiles, as well as the comments of their audiences. So thematic content analysis was used to identify patterns in the creative process and themes in audience participation regarding these videos. Now I have included 2 of my case studies in this presentation, and I'm going to play a video of the 2 of them. The creative process production of the skit by this one you are seeing here is called ADJ Korede. Korede is a name in the Yoruba parlance, but then the ADJ, I don't know what it stands for. The creative production of the skit by ADJ Korede demonstrates a sophisticated development of platform-specific digital tools. It uses TikTok's features to create a multi-character performance, embodying the roles of lead singer, talking drummer, drum set player, backup singer, and commentator. Like this content creator uses AI tools embedded in TikTok to create all the characters in whatever musical sample is using for his video. And this process of self-multiplication into a complete musical ensemble is a direct manifestation of how TikTok's generated AI features, integrated AI features, facilitate complex creative expressions from a single user. This aligns with research that identifies TikTok's scaffolded creativity, where the platform's tools and trends provide a framework that users adapt for their own vernacular, or let me say indigenous and often humorous expression. This is according to existing studies like Zuli and Zuli 2020. The creator does not sing, but mimics a pre-existing audio track from a live performance by the Nigerian gospel artist Emma Oh My God in this particular video I have selected for this study. This practice is central to the platform's remixed culture, where users recontextualize and build upon existing content, a phenomenon that continuously redefines creative boundaries and challenges traditional notions of authorship in the digital age, especially now that we are now more into AI discourse. So I would like to give you a feel of how it looks like.
One penny from okay.
This content, yeah, it's very funny, but then it serves significant purposes among its audience. For example, its audience, they acknowledge the fact that there's a lot of work that goes into creating this kind of content, and of course, in terms of the cultural relevance of this work, the skit sparked debates, for example, on the authenticity of the performance, such as the use of a talking drum in a CAC drum. CAC is a church in Nigeria named Christ Apostolic Church. It's one of the indigenous churches. And again, co-creation and parasocial responsibility relationships, wherein a significant number of comments were direct requests for feature content, demonstrating a participatory dynamic between the content creator and its audience. And this video, I think, has about 2-point-something million views already on TikTok. So if our popular artists on normal day, if they have 2.2 million views to a song track, we will usually call that some level of significant success. So that's to say that these ones too are becoming now part of the realities of our creative space, especially now in the digital era. And the video's reach was amplified through mentions by other well-known figures showing its pro-platform dissemination. Usually when this kind of things, when these artists upload this kind of content, commenters usually tag the original artists that have sung the song. So from there, you see people circulating them across platforms and down. So before you know it now, they become so popular, and then it becomes a trend. Recently, there was a one of Nigerian popular artists that sings Fuji music. He's called Said Oshukba. The song he had released in 2016. That song, almost nobody knew the song until a content creator picked up the song and used it to make a skit late last year. And since then till now, that song is still making waves, so much that the artist had to collaborate with the content creator to make some videos again, some mimicking videos, so that he claims the credit now, and then now that content creator too can have more clout for his effort. Then I go to my next sampled artist. This one is called IKJ Comedy. He also did the same thing, so I won't like to go more so deeply. But then here he had used this is one of his top his most viewed contents. He had used a very popular song track, a high life track by the late Nigerian musician called Orlando Owo. So that music also. These content creators, they usually do this thing based on requests by their audiences. So by the time they are making the video, you see now in the picture there, there's a comment, there's a text in white background where the content creator put the request to which they have created the content, put it up there so that the person who has asked for it can see that, no, so I have some impact now. Someone has created something based on my request. So this fosters some kind of community between the content creators and the artists. And as well now here in this particular one, this one brings some sense of nostalgia, whereby many of us we grew up listening to this music. Me, for example, I didn't know this artist. I don't know exactly when he died, but then I didn't grow up seeing him perform live. But these songs were the songs our parents were singing, were playing in the house when we were young. So now seeing someone do this again, like brings some kind of nostalgia, nostalgic feelings. Like, oh, now I remember when my dad was playing this song when I was very, very young. So those kind of things. So in essence, this creative strategy is significant in the Yoruba society, and it serves therapeutic purposes, and of course, it aids online community building. So in conclusion, the music skits produced by these creators are not mere entertainment, but they represent a dynamic intersection of technological innovation and cultural preservation. By using platform-specific features to mimic, remix, and reenact well-known musical pieces, these creators are engaging in a sophisticated form of vernacular creativity that resonates powerfully with their audiences. The findings demonstrate a vibrant participatory culture where the distinction between creator and consumer is fluid. Audiences are active participants who shape content through requests, engage in robust debates about cultural and religious authenticity, and use these digital spaces for collective memorialization and nostalgic reflection. These interactions foster strong parasocial relationships and a sense of community, transforming TikTok from a simple content sharing app into a significant site for cultural dialogue and identity negotiation. So recommendations, I have some set of recommendations. First one is for content creators that they should actively leverage interactive features to deepen community engagement and explore monetization strategies to build sustainable careers. For music students and educators, music students and practitioners should also explore content creation as an avenue to engage with their audience and form a sustainable community. Music educators should endeavor to make music content creation a part of music training so that students can be equipped to maximize the various available creative strategies to boost their career in music. For cultural institutions and policymakers, they should recognize and support this digital creativity as a legitimate form of cultural preservation, establish grants and promote digital literacy to foster innovation and align with national developmental goals. And for future research, scholars should endeavor to construct longitudinal and comparative studies across different cultural regions by using quantitative methods to measure the tangible economic impact of this creative sector. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. We can do that. We can do better than that as well. Thank you very much. That is quite an informative segment about the southwestern region of Nigeria, which I hope some of you as well will visit and also come tell us about it. And so even before we continue, this is just to let our participants know that after this event, we are going to have certificates issued to each and every single individual that has presented their abstract papers here today. And so allow me to usher our next presenter, who is Dr. Faith Mora Omayo from the University of South Africa. And she will be presenting about AI-enhanced social media. And the adoption of the paper is a multiple case study of Kenya organizations enhancing internal communication and public relations engagement. So we can clap to Daktari even as she comes. She has maybe been with us. She has traveled all the way to South Africa, and she's back again with us to also give us more light about AI. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome so much, Daktari.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Faith Mora Omayo, as you've heard. I'm here to actually present my doctorate research work. Okay. So my presentation is entitled AI Enhanced Social Media Adoption, a multiple case study of Kenyan organizations enhancing internal communication and public relations engagement. Yeah, that's okay. So me and my co-investigator, Professor Blessing Tim Bata, who was my academic advisor, looked into internal communication in Kenyan organizations, how managers can actually enhance better internal communication within their organizations. Okay, so for the next 15 minutes, which I was told, I'll try and unpack the context, the framework we developed, the empirical results, and the actions we recommend for communicators, public relations practitioners, and generally policymakers in Kenya. So for the outline, I'll start with the background and rationale of the study aim and methodology, the framework results, the discussion, future AI leverage points, and I'll conclude with our way forward. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm also a teacher, so I'll be saying okay a lot, so kindly bear with me. So let me start with the big picture. In Kenya, over 13 million Kenyans, almost a quarter of the population, actively use social media. This includes you guys. You are the majority of social media users. However, most organizations in Kenya haven't caught up yet. Most large firms in Kenya still rely on traditional methods of communication like emails, internal memos, and things like formal meetings for basic coordination. This delays decisions and affects responsiveness in today's fast-paced environments. Now, while we know that effective internal communication improves employee performance, African research has mostly focused on how organizations use social media to reach external customers, not to connect with staff internally, that is inside the organization. So that is a major research and practice gap. The global frameworks we rely on, like the social strategy CON, work well in high-income countries, but they assume reliable internet, universal device access, and robust organizational policies, which is often not the case in lower middle income settings like in our country, Kenya. That's why this study is important. By working with real organizations across 3 sectors, we developed and validated a practical framework that reflects Kenya's digital realities, workforce constraints, and communication cultures. So when I say we, it is me and Professor Mbata, who was my supervisor. So I'll say we a lot. Okay, so moving to our rationale, today's employees and internal stakeholders expect more than top-down announcements. They want quick, interactive, two-way conversations. Posting a memo on a notice board does not cut it anymore, or sending broadcast email just doesn't meet expectations anymore, especially with younger, digitally fluent staff like the Gen Z. Meanwhile, many social media adoption models don't address how organizations can responsibly integrate AI. They describe adoption steps, but do not explain how AI can actually help at each phase. That is from diagnosing problems to evaluating results, particularly within the structure of the diffusion of innovations theory. At the same time, many organizations also hesitate to use AI because of valid concerns. They fear that algorithms will make decisions that no one understands, or that staff will feel surveilled, or that digitally excluded employees, like the older generation, will be left further behind. These are serious issues that must be addressed proactively. The 3 organizations we included are bank, a governmental parastatal, and a university reflect the diversity of Kenya's economy. Despite being in different sectors, they face shared challenges. These are limited infrastructure, inconsistent policies, and evolving staff digital literacy. That gives our findings broader relevance across the region. The ultimate goal for this research was practical. We set out to build a framework that's not just theoretical, but also usable day to day in Kenyan organizations. And this is by majority of the communication and PR teams. It had to be adaptable, ethical, and rooted in real organizational needs, enabling internal social media use that is both impactful and responsible. And then for aim of the study, to develop a framework that guides Kenyan organizations in adopting social media for internal communication, and to examine how integrating artificial intelligence can further optimize this adoption to strengthen internal communication and public relations engagement. For our methodology, we adopted a qualitative multiple case study approach. So this, we sampled 3 organizations, as I had mentioned earlier. We purposely selected 48 employees. So we did 30 semi-structured face-to-face interviews, and then we did 3 focus group discussions with 6 participants each for each of the 3 case study organizations. For our analysis, we used the Brown-Clark thematic coding and pattern matching to diffusion of innovations. Okay, and then for our validation, we conducted member checking with 3 communication directors, 1 from each case study organizations, to verify clarity, practical adaptability, and contextual fit of our proposed framework. Their feedback was also incorporated before finalizing the results. So what I'm going to discuss next is the framework we came up with. We labeled the framework, or we called it the 3CME framework. So this 3CME framework presents a 5-phase model for internal organizational social media adoption, anchored in Rogers' diffusion of innovation theory. So this framework moves from the innovators to the laggards. So for the comprehend phase, we first begin We first begin by assessing employee preferences and perceptions of social media platforms. The aim is to understand internal communication needs and map platform alignment. And then we go to the characterize phase. At this stage, strategies for social media adoption are developed, including brainstorming policy options and solution pathways tailored to organizational culture. And then we move to the conceptualize phase. Here, we define clear objectives and identify key benefits and risks of adoption. This phase forms the strategic backbone for subsequent platform testing and rollout. And then we move to the mock-up phase. Social media platforms are piloted in this phase with structured feedback mechanisms, policy refinements, and platform alignment to organizational contexts are also carried out in this phase. And then lastly, we move to the evaluate phase. Final adoption is implemented with ongoing monitoring and feedback loops. And then the goal is continuous learning and adaptive improvement. So across each of the phases mentioned, the framework also identifies specific AI tools that can enhance the adoption process. So under the comprehend phase, we looked at NLPs and heat map tools for mining communication pain points. And then under characterize, we looked at clustering, fairness audits, and multilingual generators for inclusive design. And then under conceptualize phase, we looked at generative AI and scenario modeling to test policies and estimate ROIs. And then under the mock-up phase, we looked at reinforcement learning for testing, adaptive scheduling, and CV-based filtering. And then for the evaluate phase, we looked at machine learning dashboards and causal inference engines for performance tracking and transparency. So overall, the framework ensures a structured, participatory, and data-driven approach to social media adoption with AI embedded to amplify engagement, trust, and internal communication effectiveness. So this current slide is what we wanted to address. It's the gap that came up after our research. So whatever I was discussing in the last slide, I'm going to go back to that again and explain further. So under the comprehend phase, how we can leverage AI. So this is what I call the audit phase. A privacy preserving NLP engine can read Slack and WhatsApp traffic, strips out names, counts repeated terms, and tags sentiment in real time. So this can be done within hours and not weeks. Managers can therefore discover that issues such as unclear approvals are what dominates the complaint feed. The algorithm turns raw chat noise into an evidence-based pain point map they can actually act on immediately. And then under the characterize phase, which I labeled know your audience, K-means clustering can enable grouping of users into 5 familiar DOI personas. So that ranges from innovators through laggards based purely on their digital behavior. A diffusion simulator then runs what if scenarios to see which cluster we must win over first. By targeting supervisors in the early adopter group with tailored nudges, we can cut overall resistance by roughly 40%. And then as we move to the conceptualize, also I labeled it draft the plan phase. A GPT-4 style writing assistant can enable drafting of policy clauses, fact sheets, and a 3-month content calendar in plain English. Along it, a return of investment simulator, stress test best and worst case cost benefit curves. So what is the result of this? A full strategy pack can be board ready in 1 week instead of a couple of months and can be cleared by organizational executive reviews with only a few minor tweaks. And then next we move to the mock-up phase, which we labeled the test and tweak. In the pilot sprint, a reinforcement learning chatbot that uses trial and error to decide which employee queries need human escalation can actually reach useful accuracy in under 12 days. Running in tandem, a computer vision sentinel can allow scanning of every image or PDF before posting and therefore quarantining anything sensitive. Say, for example, a payroll document in an organization. This can actually be flagged on before it's shared to platforms that are public. And then lastly, for the evaluate phase, a machine learning KPI, key performance indicator dashboard, can also stream live metrics, reply time, share of voice, sentiment, and an explainability log, can let auditors click a Y button to see the factors behind each AI action. Decision cycles may then close 25% faster, and the added transparency lifts public trust because giving leadership hard proof that the system delivers value responsibly. And then for the discussion, one of the clearest lessons from the case studies that we got was that when leaders visibly use internal social media by posting, reply, or even liking posts, it accelerates adoption within the organization. This supports Nguyen and Ha's findings that leadership behavior plays a crucial role in normalizing digital tools within organizational culture. Organizations that successfully adopted social media platforms, they didn't abandon the traditional methods, they actually used them side by side. So this is what we call the hybrid model. So this hybrid model addressed compliance concerns, especially for audit and HR purposes, while still offering the immediacy and collaboration benefits of chat-based tools. Essentially, it wasn't internet access that actually slowed down adoption. It was uncertainty. Many employees, even those with good smartphones and reliable access, avoided using platforms such as WhatsApp or Slack because they feared accidentally violating unclear social media policies within the organization. This points to the urgent need for clear, practical usage guidelines within organizations. So compared to earlier models like the social strategy CON, our framework includes two critical innovations. One, built-in feedback loops. So users can continuously report back what's working or not, and checks to ensure all staff, not just those with laptops or newer phones, are included. These features make the model more realistic for low resource environments like what we have in Kenya. These findings do more than streamline back office dialogue. They create a springboard for stronger public relations engagement. When AI enabled channels improve speed, clarity, and inclusivity inside the organization, the same data flows and governance mechanisms can be extended outward, allowing external stakeholders to receive timely, consistent, and bias-checked messages from a workforce that already trusts the technology. So accordingly, future longitudinal studies to track not only internal outcomes such as trust, fairness, and employee well-being, but also PR facing metrics such as stakeholders' sentiment, crisis response latency, and reputational equity. So some questions also remain. Do staff and external audiences trust AI-generated statements to the same degree? Does automation close or widen representational gaps across stakeholder groups? Addressing these issues will also ensure that AI adoption strengthens both the organization's internal culture and its public voice. And then for my conclusion and way forward, the 3CME framework is actually not a one-size-fits-all solution. It's a step-by-step adaptable model that fits the Kenyan organizational context. It helps communication and PR teams move from fragmented, slow communication to a structured system that supports quick feedback, collaboration, and clarity. No matter how user-friendly the platform or powerful the tools, adoption stalls without top-level support. So it actually has to come from management. Leaders must model engagement visibly, and without a clear written policy, staff will always remain unsure about what's acceptable and what's not. So this actually creates fear rather than participation among employees. These two elements, leadership and clarity, are make or break. AI can absolutely boost this framework, speeding up tasks, targeting the right audiences, and measuring success. But we must implement ethics from the start, ensuring fairness, avoiding surveillance creep, and protecting privacy. Equally, we must also invest in training of staff, understand how to work with these tools confidently and safely. For organizations ready to act, the first move is simple. You should map your current tools, frustrations, and workflows, then draft a basic social media use policy that sets boundaries and also encourages experimentation without risk. This creates a safe foundation for wider adoption. And finally, long-term success depends on continuous learning. Organizations should embed ongoing monitoring and adaptation, making sure platforms evolve with user needs. And we need to fund locally driven AI research that explores trust, equity, and effectiveness, ensuring that our country, Kenya, actually leads, not just follows, in digital communication transformation. So these are some of the references that we use for our study, and that's it for my presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Let us appreciate her more. Thank you, Dr. Faith Mora Omayo, for the wonderful presentation. Just a reminder, if you have any questions, you can channel them to this number 0795 02 50 73. 0795 02 50 73. If you have any question, any concern, any comment, kindly reach them out to that number and we are going to listen to them later because of time. So at this juncture, I would like to welcome Mr. James Karanja Mburu to take us through AI-generated political imagery and public perception in rural Kenya, the case of Kasongo memes of President William Ruto. Let us give him a round of applause as he comes on stage.
Riding on the protocols already established, my name is James Mburu, and I have a presentation on AI-generated political imagery and public perception in rural Kenya, the case of Kasongo memes of President William Ruto. And I'm excited by presentations that have been made here. When they were being presented, I could pick a few things that I'm going to highlight. Thanks to the likes of Professor David, I got a lot from you, sir. It will be nice to have a chat with you later. I have been on the social media for some time, and every other time as a country we have something coming up. And right before I came to the stage, I was going through my status and I saw an AI-generated poster with a hand like this and Kenyan flag saying "Streets are calling," and that is one of the things that I'm going to highlight in my paper. What is my issue with AI image and the perception they create in the public, especially those in the rural Kenya? AI-generated memes are spreading rapidly, especially in rural areas where formal media access is limited. I happened to travel home some time back, Eldoret, and I had a chat with those guys who sit in a center. And I was having a conversation with them about what was going on at that particular time. And there was a particular meme that was trending where the president was in a poster and the canines were prolonged. And they were saying, unaona hata president ako Illuminati. So these are the things that have created certain perception, created certain images concerning individuals that have actually influenced their image to the public. And this one, the whole thing matters because we live in a society where oral storytelling and visual content carry more weight than formal written policy. We hardly read. Most of us prefer watching than reading. If I can find a 15-minute summary of a video that talks of a 20-page document, I'd rather watch 15-second video than read an entire 20 minutes publication. And let's be honest, most people in rural communities are not trying to tell the difference between satire, fake news, and real content. It is very unlikely that a person in rural area can actually tell the difference between something real and something that is fake news that they come across on social media. It is very unlikely that they can actually tell. So whatever is presented to them, they take it. And from statistics, a lot of people currently are actually depending on social media to feed them as news sources. Unlike before, where we heavily dependent on mainstream media, we depended on radio. Currently, people depend on WhatsApp forwards, they depend on TikTok, they depend on Facebook, they depend on Instagram for source of news. And in this particular study, my aim was to understand how these AI-generated Kasongo memes affected political perception and trust. Also to analyze how visual realism and emotional impact these memes make one to believe, even to the ones that are educated. And another one was to identify the policy and regulatory gaps that allow these memes to go unchecked. And this study does not just look at the memes as images, it also looks at functions of what those memes play in the community, especially where truth is already fragile. A lot of study has been done already concerning memes, concerning AI, concerning public perception, and we have materials that you can study from, but there is a gap, especially in what the study addresses. And a lot of other scholars have done studies concerning deepfakes, concerning visual communication, mobile communication, and concerning rural areas and digital platforms. And in this particular study, I had to employ qualitative analysis. And also I reviewed legal frameworks, and I also employed thematic analysis. And this was more than just imagery. It was about narratives that these memes have created. It was about identity that has been created out of these memes, and also the question of power. And what I got from the whole videos that I went through and the whole images that I went through and the comment sections, what people are talking about, one, I realized that we have visual dominance. People believe what they see, more than what they hear or read. A single meme can actually cancel out a politician's entire policy plan. And it is actually a truth where one meme can actually erase everything that you actually believe, everything that you're actually trying to do. Just one meme that was done can actually erase all that, and everyone else starts seeing you now as that what the meme describes you to be. And we've seen that with our politician. And also, the AI generated images are so lifelike that even educated individuals can actually be fooled. We have AI generating images that capture, they can actually bring out shadows, they can actually bring out light points to a way that it is unlikely that you can differentiate between an AI generated image and an image that has been taken by a camera. And because of this authenticity that AI is trying to bring in, it brings another perception. Then we have the memes aren't just jokes. They subtly reinforce political narratives. Politics runs on narratives, and we've seen a certain period of time, there's a certain narrative that is going on, and you'll see memes trending either in support or against that narrative. Like a month ago, we started seeing these baby characters of political leaders talking. It's something that you can create with an AI. And this one, someone can use them to manipulate, let's say, a speech and say something that totally was not said. I also came to see that we have policy gaps. There's limited Kenyan law that specifically addresses AI manipulation in politics. And this one has actually brought out effects in democracy. One, we can all say that the mainstream media is facing a lot of challenges with trust, because social media currently, before something comes on news at 7, and let's say it happened at 5, at 6 it's already on social media. So by the time mainstream media, they check on ethic matters and they know what to release and what not to release, the social media has already released everything out to the public. And so the public tend to ask, what is this thing that the media is not allowing us to know, that they're not sending what is there? They sugarcoat before they actually bring the whole thing as it was. Then real issues are lost when fake scandals become common. Real corruption stories lose power. Everything starts to feel fake. Then also democracy suffer when people can't tell what's real, how they make informed choices, and that affects ballot. Then my recommendation from the study, one is policy and legal reforms. We need laws specific to AI-generated political content. And we need laws that govern cybercrime acts, that govern data protection. And also we need a lot of digital literacy campaign to involve schools, to involve churches, to involve rural barazas. And also I recommend tech infrastructure, where we can have apps that can actually detect an AI generated images, so that we can all bring this. It is actually a fight. So at this point, I'd love to put a pause to it, and appreciate all of you for listening to my study.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Jimmy. We can do better than that for Jimmy. It is an exciting presentation on AI-generated political imagery, public perception in rural Kenya, the case of Kasongo memes. So that is a good presentation, and I like the recommendations he's made. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing with us. We have many papers to present, and thank you for your time, for sitting here, you know, and for following keenly. This is very important. We really, really appreciate our students. Please appreciate yourself. Clap for yourself. You're doing a good job. If you were not here, we wouldn't have any business to be here. Now, we want to go to another presentation by one of our guests, and then we will have a plenary session where we will answer some of the questions that you have raised. Kindly, the media team, if you would publish the number that you were given so that members here are able to send their questions. We want to collect them through one of our moderators. So send, if you have questions, you know, Mr. Alan Wetungu, you can, you know, send that through his WhatsApp. And okay, so we can have that so that we are able to continue. So ladies and gentlemen, let's rise. We've been sitting for long. It's not very good. It's not healthy to sit for 2-3 hours. So I want everyone to stand where we are, and I want us to stretch a bit. Stand. Yeah, there are students still sitting. Stand. Stand. It's important to stand to be sure that, you know, you are fit enough. So I want, raise your hands, raise your hands. Okay, raise your hand, stretch a bit. You can stretch on your right side, stretch on your left side. You can bend a bit, bend forward, and then you bend backwards. Okay, clap for yourself and take a seat. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, allow me to, okay, I want to invite the director and the executive director, Crego Kenya, Mr. Joshua. Mr. Joshua and his team from Crego have been of great support to our conference. He's going to make his presentation and also tell us about the conference. Meanwhile, we ask you to scan the code that the media team has shared. You can scan using your phone to submit your question. Then that makes it easy for us to be able to collect those questions. After Mr. Joshua makes his presentation, we will have the panelists come forward. We will respond to some of the questions that you have already raised. Please, let's appreciate Mr. Joshua as he takes the podium. We can do better than that. Let's appreciate him. Thank you. Karibu, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mbatia. So I'll be requesting my colleague to support. You can do this. So I've been introduced already. Unfortunately, I didn't submit my profile to you the way I would see some being read here, but it's not a worry to us. I think let me begin by recognizing one of your colleagues who is a student at Kabarak University, Newton Kimayo. I don't know whether he's here. Newton? Is Newton here? Is Newton here? Maybe. Okay, went out. We did an essay competition for university students in Kenya, where we made a call last year and we received hundreds of them.
and we composed an independent assessment panel to assess the essays on echoes of information disorders. And we were to have 20 winners, and Newton Kimayo became number 4 from Kabarak University. May you clap for Newton, please. His essay is included in this essay book. It is at the front desk where we have exhibitions there. If you have interest to read the 20 best essays from your colleagues from universities across our country, feel free to get a copy of this book. And it's also in line with the topic of this international conference. I'll be doing a presentation on the regulatory framework for tackling misinformation and disinformation in Kenya. And since this conference touches on research, I'll confine myself to findings of our documentation at CRECO, and specifically electoral misinformation and disinformation, because that is what we have as factual data and information that has been disseminated to the public based on our observation and monitoring of the 2022 general elections in our country. But allow me, because we are going to talk about regulatory policy and legal framework, allow me delve on definitions that whereas misinformation and disinformation both refer to fake, false, misleading, and out of context content. I think that's very important. That now there's a distinction between disinformation and misinformation. That disinformation is intentionally created or shared to mislead or cause harm and thrives on malicious content, which is commonly referred to as reverse information. What is not true, it's flipped to mislead and to spread for the purpose of spreading suspicion, division, fear, and hate. Because again, at some point we'll talk about hate speech, because that has been very core in our public affairs, especially the political arena. Misinformation is false and inaccurate information shared accidentally, unintentionally, very important, or without intent to deceive, shared without intent to harm. Like for instance, you've seen something in a WhatsApp group, let's say a job advert, let's say by Safaricom, and you know of a cousin who's jobless somewhere, and the requirements that is specified in the advert suits the credentials of that cousin of yours, and you say, because you want as many people to benefit, you share it in the family WhatsApp group. But you didn't verify that. This is misleading. So you purposefully share it without necessarily having that intention to say that this person will simply apply, share biodata to the, the fake job advert, and that person falls victim of a fake job advert. Of course, you didn't intend to harm the image of that particular person. Or for instance, you find something that is very entertaining and exciting that probably you feel your friends in a WhatsApp group can also laugh or can have it, and you say, let me just share this. And in the process, you mislead them. Now, there is the element of malinformation, which is dissemination of genuine information, often of key personas with juicy or compromising situations. And we've seen this very common with our politicians. And this is aimed to taint reputations. And their information, it could be videos, photos, or even lines of information that were meant to stay personal or private, but it is transported to the public domain to assassinate character. Boyfriend, girlfriend, you have your own private photos. Mukikosana mahali, you say now, under threat, I will spill the beans. I mean, malinformation, because it's not manipulated in any way. But now, the fake news ecosystem is an interconnected chain of false and misleading messages, videos, or reports that are real in consequences, which they change perceptions and behavior. Because remember, misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, and there is the ecosystem of fake news. Now, this, in contemporary times, is mutually reinforcing an online community teaming up with three classifications: what we call the good, where we have content moderators, fact checkers, and arbitrators, based on information. Then we have the in-betweens, people who are neither here nor there, and this includes consumer audiences, where when you receive a particular information, you are in a dilemma whether to accept it is the truth, is factual, or is fake. Fact checkers are platform intermediaries. For instance, now those ones that relay the mediums of communication. Then now we have the ugly. Here, these are the content producers, and this could be deliberate to either disinform or misinform. Content contributors, people who would want to suggest and say, let's manipulate it this way. And as I make these presentations, they are visual illustrations that depict that. And I know my colleague will be showing as they move on. And then now we have the regimen of cyber warriors. These are people who are there for hire. You are given 100,000, and your job is to use tools, including AI, to taint particular image or reputation of a particular opponent. It could be political, it could be business, it could even be social. And there, those people have skills and they are readily available for hire. And I think Dr. Lydia talked about values. And that is a very timely conversation, because online code of conduct, even as you say, receiving the amount of money to do this job, to injure reputation of a particular person, either known to you or not, but in itself, you've made a belief to say money comes faster than values that you embrace or you subscribe to say, I cannot do that. Just like the way a journalist is trained and say, I subscribe to this code of conduct, and I don't want to practice what is contrary with my ethics of practice of journalism. So here is a person who is not even a journalist, but has IT skills to use social media and is ready for hire. And we have plenty of such kind of people. Of course, some people have attributed it to readily available people who are idle. They want livelihood, very quick wins in terms of money, and they are there. Now, globally, the hosting, generation, and dissemination of fake news is a thriving industry. Whether it is in the superpower nations, middle income countries, or the third world countries. Very thriving industry as such, because social media, digital technology has no boundaries or geography in particular. It is across continents. And a parallel, predominantly subservice economy with the following: investors, people who put money there. And this could either be for advertisement, could be for promotion of human interest stories, or to get people who can easily sponsor certain items online, whether socially, politically, or economically. Content creators, clients, customers, advertisers, moderators, and the so-called attack dogs, people who are ready to be there. And that's why you hear that there's a pool of people who have been put together to monitor what goes on online and counter a certain information, fact checkers as well as also arbitrators. And this could be local as well as also global. And very soon, and I think this conference is very timely. I know universities and colleges may offer courses on the art and science and dialects of misinformation. and disinformation, including online code of conduct. And I think now people are engaging into conversations where we can have what's called personal self-regulation. Before you post anything, you press the send button. People are slowly asking themselves, taking individual responsibility to say, as I press the send button, how is it going to affect the recipient of this message or this information that I'm going to either share in mass or individually? And those are conversations that are now emerging. And some people have even started ridiculing, either in WhatsApp groups or even in, let's say, X spaces, where if certain people blunder, they are called to order. Some people would say, you are not meant to send that. How could you do that? So people are restraining themselves to say, as I practice online engagement using technology platforms, am I practicing self-regulation, self-responsibility, online conduct, code of conduct, which might not necessarily be written, but you ask yourself, is this worth to the being received by the person that I am targeting? So for good or for worse, artificial intelligence has very rapidly and significantly changed the information eco landscape in ways unimagined before. The discussions from yesterday to today, it's about AI. And those that have the definitions that I've mentioned, misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, fake news, AI plays a crucial role in terms of creating more confusion. Now, I want to quote certain authorities, and these are studies published in the Science 2018, which reveal that fake news spreads further, faster, deeper, and more broadly than the truth. I think we were told yesterday by Dr. Maina that a lie can travel halfway around the world before the truth wears its shoes. And there's a reason as to why I bring this before I go to the regulatory framework, so that you have enough in your mind how distinctively policies and regulations can handle malinformation, can handle disinformation and misinformation. Now, this tsunami of misinformation and disinformation did hit Kenya before, during, and the post-August 9th, 2022 general elections. And us as CRECO, we categorize them into 5 fakes. 1, fake accounts. 2, fake opinion polls, because there are people who own opinion polls companies, and they would issue fake opinion polls. We have fake news sites. We have fake videos and fake servers. Fake videos here includes where there is a political rally, let's say, for instance, in Kakamega, and there were about 500 people that attended, but the crowd is manipulated in a way that there were millions of people that turned up to listen to a particular political candidate. And that would sway opinion, political opinions, and even persuade for voters to vote in a particular way, thinking that probably that is the popular candidate. So what we did was to document 295 days when the official announcement of the campaigns was announced on the 29th May 2022 to the day of the election all the way to 20th March 2023, which is the day 1 of the mass protests in the wake of the whistleblowers report that projected the election results contrary to the ones declared by the Independent Election Management Body, IEBC. So it didn't stop there. The Supreme Court of Kenya became the epicenter of lots and loads of misinformation and disinformation. You may have followed the presidential petition at the Supreme Court of Kenya, where after months, where there was a determination of the petition on the 5th of September 2022, Martha's open server, you must have heard of that, became a crucible for heated protestations and violent street protests. You were there, you saw that, where our Supreme Court judges had to say that this is chasing wild goose, I mean, a lot of misinformation and wherever just came out from nowhere. That they were the tabled evidence by different parties were not factual. They were hot air. If you may have heard of hot air at that time. Those are the things. Those are misinformation and disinformation that were being alluded to by the judges. So allow me also quote a human rights journalist, Joseph Muraya, who said that elections in Kenya are emotive, and as such, influencers, some with millions of followers, can aggravate a dire situation by amplifying misinformation, fake news, and disinformation. And there's a report to that effect, and I think Dennis Itumbi, in terms of system facts. You must have also been following that, where Swala Nyeti in May 2022 came out very strongly, where people were divided as to who to follow and who was the determinant of the truth. So now, the existing legislation in Kenya, in our country, so we have the mother law, which is the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which safeguards a number of freedoms. And I'm happy that previous speakers have also alluded to this, and I don't want to go deeply into that in the interest of time. And there are various provisions and articles, including Article 33 and 34, which guarantees freedom of expression and freedom of the media. Very important for this conference. And these freedoms do not necessarily also give the right to extend a spread of propaganda, incitement, and hate speech. It's the contrary. It also protects citizens from consuming hate speech, propaganda, and incitement. Now, in Article 35, 2 of the Constitution also, which safeguards everybody's right to the correction, where when you will have found, whether in a media house or you are a journalist or even you are an individual that will have probably shared false information, you are also given the protection to either delete or to make public correction of this misleading information that you may have shared erroneously or accidentally as a person. So Kenyans are increasingly obtaining information from a range of social media sources. And this might not be necessarily the mainstream social media that we know, Facebook, X, and all this. People even can create their own news sites, websites, podcasts, and all this. And people go there. I mean, people find them very interesting, TikTok, streams, and all that. But again, that is a space that lacks regulation. No one dictates what is posted in TikTok. As long as you have an account, you know how to use it, you have a smartphone, you have data bundles, you are free to broadcast the information that is there. So it's only that those that are alarming in terms of spreading hate speech, now you can get constitutional bodies such as the NCIC, the National Integration and Cohesion Commission, coming to summon you with also having limitations. For them, they do not have what's called prosecutorial powers, but they can only just listen to you, hear your side of the story, and if they determine that probably this one was causing confusion and havoc in the society, they hand over to the Director of Public Prosecutions for you to be prosecuted. I mean, and we've seen that, those summons that are happening in our country, and I think I'll be trying also to go into details on this lack of a robust legal and content moderation framework in our country. And I think an earlier speaker had said that, including Dr. Lydia, who had said that our laws are very weak. But again, this is a new thing because we've had laws. We have had we have the Data Protection Act, we have the Constitution, we have the Elections Offences Act, all this. But now, this new phenomenon of evolving media, as well as advancement in technology, in the digital tools, is also challenging. Even with the Cyber Crimes Act of 2018, it's not fully addressing some of our challenges that we face. And that's why you see some of the people who are affected, they employ these disappearances and even these assassinations and all that, just out of the desperation, because they know if I take this person to court, they will be gathering evidence and prosecuting this person will be very difficult. And I think those are the gaps that are emerging. So now the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act, which really provides for timely and effective detention, prohibition, prevention, response, investigation, and prosecution of computer and cyber crimes. The act, to some extent, tries to deter the sharing of false information because it talks about punitive measures in its section 22 of the act, that if you are culpable and found with the evidence of sharing false information, you are fined Kenya shillings 5 million or 2 years of jail term, or both, or to be imposed on any other person who was associated with the sharing of intentional false information which was published. But again, if we ask ourselves, the people who have been accused of the same, this law to some extent is very inadequate because provision of evidence, factual information, and again, videos and photos is not a means of submission of evidence in a court of law, because I think that has been overruled previously, where some people have brought photos. And again, the challenge of manipulated photos as well as videos have also come. The Election Offences Act, we've seen our politicians doing funny things during elections, and they are never prosecuted. In as much as the Election Offences Act tried to table on consequences and what they term as hate speech or information that can cause a confusion in our societies. But we ask ourselves that, are we in isolation in the continent or in the globe where as a country we are grappling with this? We know Nigeria, Brazil, even Malawi, they are also trying to put laws. They have been drafted bills which they have been tabled to their parliament on how to combat misinformation and disinformation. And these are things which have never been concluded. So every country is grappling with this. So this is a timely conversation that we're having here at Kabarak to also inform key policy recommendations. And I think from CRECO perspective, we ask that, I think where the starting point is, and I am happy that we have the scholars here, the definition of fake news, the definition of hate speech is a system or a deep state. Is that fake news? Is that misinformation? Because it comes out very strongly during our elections. If someone says that we have the deep state, we have the system, is that compromising the electoral process for voters to make informed decisions? Is it fake? Is it something that we will just ignore and say, our two, they will just say something? Because if you know the 2022 electoral political campaigns on the divide, there was one wing that was saying, we have the deep state and we have the system. And we have another group that was saying that we have the international community and we have also the money from the foreign institutions. And that is what informed our popular campaigns that we had. But would that have been defined as a phenomenon that would be misleading the voter to participate objectively and make informed choices during the elections or during the voting? And even by just merely saying that I am with the IBC is on my side, or the chairman of the IBC is on my side, or the four is on our side. I mean, is that misleading to some extent? So there's a thin line between political opinions and statements that are meant to persuade voters and also mislead voters. So I think we need to explicitly define what is fake news, and then outline offenses relating to electoral misinformation and disinformation. And this is not only on the national politics, even the student politics, because this is the mirror of the national politics. Even the cooperative elections, the farmers' elections, when people do campaigns, that is where it starts. Even in the church, when people are seeking positions of authority in organizations. Now, I think it's also important that we have a policy on digital education to sensitize students, citizens on disinformation, misinformation, and its impact. Just the way we have common causes such as communication and all that. I think this is a high time, and it's an era when now we can bring to the attention of those ones that we engage in, either to get particular skills, to be aware, because this thing cuts across, whether it's medicine, engineering, law, social science, and the others. Now, there is the monster of the role of the technology companies, such as Safaricom, Airtel, Meta, TikTok, I mean, any other company that engages in digital or social media platforms. What is their role? Is their role in terms of priority, making profit, conducting business without necessarily caring the values, the human practice of dignity in society, to ensure that the consequences that emerges within their spaces becomes a problem. Now, in conclusion, I would like to say that it's not enough to state that information is false, but the laws and regulations ought to provide guidelines on the courts, because the courts have also been in dilemma in terms of their rules. So it's not only access or determine the falsehood, but also assess the harm which this information would have also caused to society or individuals, so that it can also inform judicial decisions as they determine some of these things. I know we have government entities such as the IEBC, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Communication Authority of Kenya, the Data Protection Commission. All these are very important roles. And now we also have now, because this is a subject that requires academic thinking. I mean, the thinking by our scholars. And they're also sharing comparisons from different jurisdictions, where also universities can also lead us as a country, where they think through practical solutions to these problems that are facing our societies. Because universities are a source of authority and the solutions to problems that we face in society. Now, I want to end by saying that these recommendations are not only one-way traffic. They are recommendations that stakeholders such as civil society, academia, government, private companies need to interact and find a starting point for discussions on how we can better mitigate the problem of misinformation and disinformation, and prevent related offline harms in contexts where the risk of mass atrocity is high. And our election year is the period that exposes us more than the non-election periods. With those, I say thank you for listening to me.
Wonderful. Okay, we can do better than that. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Bwana Director. We really appreciate. What an informative presentation. We are indeed grateful for that. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to just give us an order. We have resolved to have the two remaining presentations made, and then the rest will be done online because of time. And then, so after the two brief presentations, we will do the plenary session where we will answer your questions, and then we will issue certificates. Please remind all presenters, we have your certificates ready. They have been signed, and we will issue you certificates before you go. We know last time we had a challenge because the certificates were not ready, and sometimes it becomes difficult to follow them, especially for those ones that come from far, like Professor David. So we will make sure that all presenters receive their certificates. We really appreciate you, students. You've done a good job to be here with us. to follow. These are very important aspects of communication and media. It's a learning that we need to do. So ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I want to invite Evelyn Shelagat Kimibei from Kisii University. She's going to present a paper that is titled Intelligence and the Battle for Authenticity, Safeguarding Truth in the Digital Age. In the digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Evelyn as she makes her presentation. So we want to know, after this, we'll have the last presentation, which will be made by our own Amon Kirui. And then we will have the plenary, and that will be it for the morning session. Thank you so much. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. I want to state that there is an error on what has been read there. My title actually is not intelligence. It is artificial intelligence and the battle for authenticity. Total age. However, this fake information is coming from. Have we ever stopped and imagined who are these people who are behind all the truths, the half-truths, and all that? Have we ever thought of ourselves in the mix? Have you ever thought of yourself being in that mix? What is AI and that is what we are out here to look at and to deliberate on way forward. As my introduction, challenge to the democracy, to journalism, it's gagging us as journalists. We do not have a point or beacons of the truth because of where our freedom of expression is starting from and where is it ending. What are the ethics presently? So a photograph body ethically as journalists, is that something that we are supposed to do? Where is our freedom of speech supposed to end? Looking back, Kenya's 2022 general elections, we had a lot of videos that were manipulated. These were informing us of what was happening out there, but unfortunately, there were many of the videos or the information that we consumed were based on lies and things that are not happening. So we believed in the lies. The videos that we were forwarding them on our social media platforms like WhatsApp, like Facebook, those, we really forwarded them to show the supremacy between the two different, or the different political divides that were there. Are there tools that we can use to detect when something is true or not true? In this study, we aimed at looking at some of the tools that we can use to try and curb the misinformation that could be spreading through our social media, or actually as individuals helping to pass or to spread misinformation. This study, we examined how AI-generated content contributes to misinformation. And by the way, is it AI content or is it you or me directing the AI to give us the content. You also want to analyze the effectiveness and limitations of AI-driven detections and prevention tools. Are we still going to use these same tools to manipulate it to continue spreading the misinformation content that we have generated? And finally, we would like to look at the strategies, or we can propose some ethics that will govern and safeguard the truth. First of all, we need to know what are defects, what are generative adversarial networks, or GANs. This is a dual network model for generating fake content. So at some point we are driven by our own instincts, or can I say our own desires to look more popular. And so we generate content that will run. We've heard that lies can actually run so fast before the truth can tie the shoelaces. So for us to look more popular, the competition, who broke this news first. So I want to look like I'm breaking the news as a first person. So we generate fake content and spread it. We have we use this in political propaganda and digital harassments. When we go back to the politics, the political environment that we have here in Kenya, for example, political content spread so fast. And we are really looking forward to spread fake information to demean the opposition or the other party that you're not in. So we produce a lot of fake content to try and malign our political enemies, as maybe we can use that word. Looking back, what has happened? Way back, there is Nancy Pelosi, whose video was spreading, had been shared across the networks, across the social media, showing that she was intoxicated while in office. Here in Kenya, we have several clips spreading across the social network on incitement, on ethics, ethnicity, and such like things that can cause a lot of harm more than it can cause the good. We have seen such disinformation and misinformation in other places like Ethiopia, and I think in Nigeria, when it comes to political situations. This study was looking, while working on it, we grounded it on the theory of media literacy theory by Porter. In this theory, literacy gives us an important way to understand and respond. At this point, I want us to pause and think. Are we able to listen using our eyes? Are you able to fact check? Listening using our eyes. Are you able to look at the content, how it has been created? Is it too good? Is it too good to imagine or to believe? Is it addressing the issues? Who is the person behind it? Who is the author of the information you're consuming? Who has done this? So without being media literate, we may not be able to listen using our eyes. At its core, this the media literacy theory will promote the ability to access, to analyze, to evaluate, and actually to create media through various forms. Are you seeing this? Listening through our eyes. Access, analyze and evaluate. How does it affect the ethics of media? Defects violate privacy consent and reputation. For example, someone can just Google or ask or prompt ChatGPT to tell you who this person is. And since probably, for example, as you've been told, my name is Evelyn Chelangat Kimebei. If you Google that in Gemini, it will give you a lot of information, but not all that information belongs to me. I even checked, and it was telling me that I come from Kisii University, which is true, but I am a PhD holder, which I have not achieved. So it is not true. So it will violate some of the reputations that we have. For example, it will give you my place of residence, which is Kisii University, my place of work, that is, and that information can be used by other people to tarnish my name. So probably it's ethically, it will violate the reputation. It has not asked for my consent to share even my contact address. It's risky of a censorship of freedom of expression. UNESCO in 2021 checked on this, and at some point it is gagging us. If you check to see information about probably some countries out there, you will not get enough information because it has been trained to flag off some of the information. It is also consensual synthetic media. It will give a lot of information that is not needed, and it targets the different groups. For example, we have experienced the digital gendered violence. Mostly women have been have experienced digital violence, and most of our laws here in Kenya do not address it. How do we detect this? The detection tools include blinking, the phenome mismatch, digital fingerprints. We also have the big tech invests to invest in open source detection. The most unfortunate thing at this point is that most of these detection tools have been trained in the Western culture and data sets. And so as Africa, or in particular Kenya, we are not so endowed in actually getting to detect where there is misinformation. We look at the long-term solutions. Long-term solutions to AI-generated misinformation. So we say that getting another AI to address a different AI may not be able to fix all the misinformation. There is need to act. There is need for you and me to listen using our eyes, not ears only. So we need to act. We don't need to prompt these AI platforms to give us information as per our thinking, but rather what is factual. The other solution is to engage the education system and impede a media literacy program. I think it has been said even by previous presenters that main thing is media literacy being impeded in our education systems. There is also need to focus on programs by Code for Africa, Africa Check. In short, I can say engaging the not-for-profit organizations to reach out and create awareness in our villages. Most of the time, when there is some literacy or awareness that need to be created, we tend to go to these urban places like Nairobi, Nakuru, and train people whom you find within those urban cities. But we forgotten folks where not to consume and believe in everything that is that has been shared. There is need for digital public education. And most of the time, the main problem with this is funding. So there is need for more funding, maybe the government to fund such information and such practices. Policy and governance gaps, we have a lot of gaps. An example is that deepfake specific laws are rare, specifically in Africa. We do not have one. When we look at what is happening in Kenya, we have the Data Protection Act, we have the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act. They are all addressing the messages and how we spread them. We spread the message, but they are not addressing how we get it and how we generate it. And again, we have so big words that describe our legal framework, which leads to ambiguity and we do not understand it. And as I finish, I can see that someone is here, to different levels. For the first level is the policymakers. There is need to criminalize harmful defects and the mandate and mandatory platform accountability. For educators, we need to teach media and algorithmic literature for training. For journalists, much as it is simplifying our work, we need to verify the AI-generated content and adopt detection tools in newsrooms. And for those who are developing the technology, we recommend that they use African data sets, they follow AI, ethical AI design, and make tools for open source. In conclusion, AI transforms media and threatens authenticity. Deepfakes are active tools of manipulation. It means we are manipulating it to give us what we want, and that one is at some point may cause a social unrest. We must have detection tools to help us the detection tools have gaps, and so we need to look at a way to address the gaps that we have on the detection tools. And for the final solution, we need policy reform, ethical tech, and widespread media literacy education. And as I finish, take home. I am responsible for everything that I generate, and to safeguard the truth, it means it has to start with me. With that, thank you. I feel a little intimidated when I have somebody here. My thought process is not running right when someone is waiting for me. That's because I'm that kind of a person who really, what can I say? I'm so impatient. So when someone stops here, I feel like I'm taking their time and I just brush up. So thank you for giving me this time.
My apologies, Madam Evelyn, but thank you very much. You can clap better for her. I really do believe that everything she has brought to the table, even though she was in a rush while I was here, but her take home was very strong actually. She said that she's responsible for everything that she generated. And I know we're having burning questions for quite some time now. I really appreciate your patience. You have been seated there, have been listening to these people, a professor after another, a doctor after another. And I know you are having questions just burning in there. You want to shake them up a little bit. But we're just begging for a little bit more patience, because at this point in time, we want to welcome the very final presenter, so that after him, then we'll be having the panel and you'll have all your questions hopefully answered. Siko sawa? Thank you very much. I can see you are glowing up. I really appreciate that. And so at this point in time, allow me to welcome the final presenter, which is our very own Kirui Kipyegon from Kabarak University here. And his paper is on the sonic doppelganger, AI voice cloning, and the reconfiguration of musical identity in the global and African soundscape. I want to be honest with you, I do not understand a word I just said, so I'm hoping very much that he will make us understand. Please let's clap for Mr. Kipkirui as he continues. Welcome, sir.
La mama lifamu hata likiwa lambwa, Kiswahili na simu sifayo iliyofungwa, waweza kufahamu imbe ilivyokubwa, toka kama mizamu funika palipozibwa.
Thank you.
La mama litamu.
Is that an AI generated or a human singing? Yeah? No, I'm just asking. Is that Diamond? Is that Tanzanian? Is that Nigerian beat? What beat is that? Does that look Afro beat or does that look bongo beat? It sounds bongo-ish. Is the singer articulating Kiswahili very well? Or does that look like a Kenyan? Sorry, Kenyans, I'm also Kenyan. I know we are poor in Kiswahili, so. Is that Kenyan? Is that really a Tanzanian? So at the end of my paper, you'll tell me whether that was an AI generated or that was a human singing. Sorry, my name is Kirui. And today is when I discovered it is so difficult to speak as the last speaker because everyone has spoken about what I want to talk about. I actually just need to do a summary of that word that is disturbing people. This is a German term. But needless to say, I'm happy. My name is Amon Kirui. I'm pleased to be here today to present my paper on the sonic doppelganger. That should be German. A voice cloning and the reconfiguration of musical identity in the global and African soundscape. This research examines the impact of AI voice cloning on our understanding of musical identity, with critical focus on implication for both global and more specifically African contexts. To begin, let us first define that term. This is just an auditory twin. An AI generated, or what you would call in Germany, that is a double goer, is a non-biological related look-alike, or a double of a living. Some people would say the devil. You and yourself when the devil is removed and is here. So it is just the two of you still you. I'm using the term deliberately, not just as a voice clone, but think of a twin, an auditory twin, with three aspects. Creation, it is created meticulously to be studied as a person's voice. Number two, function, and this is crucial. It is generative. And then number three, concept. The term captures unsettling nature of technology. It is conceptually serves the intrinsic link between a voice and a living person, transforming a unique human expression into a controllable, disembodied data set. Once that has been said quickly, on my issues of literature, I'm looking at AI as it's okay. I'm looking at AI as a double-edged sword. The technology presents us with two fundamentals. On one side, It promises a democratization of independent artists. Democratization offers independent artists increased autonomy over their work. And you've seen, Prof. David, the freedom to reimage or to recapture Dedan Kimathi. I think you saw his picture being captured in AI again. And that is the freedom that comes with what you would call the democratization. But on the other hand, it brings in some issues that we need to discuss today. And of course, it generates enormous risk of exploitation. And when it was question and answer, I wanted to raise my hand, but I couldn't because I wanted to ask Prof. David about when we recreate Dedan Kimathi that way, what happens to the family of Dedan Kimathi? Because we are going to use that photo to train AI, to tell AI these are the pictorials in Africa, but it brings issues. Dedan Kimathi is no longer here with us, but the family is here. Are you guys getting what I'm talking about? So those are the issues that is happening in the music industry. When I play that song, the one I've just played to you, if it's an AI generated, then who is the beneficiary? Who is the beneficiary of that song? Who gets the royalties? Who, what happened? I think that those are the issues. Technology introduces the exploitation risk by weakening their negotiation power with dominant platforms that control terms and visibility. Digital reproduction increases copyright infringement, harming potential income. As musicians, we rely on copyrights. That's where we make our money. Gaining recognition amid fast online content forces reliance on the platform algorithms and expensive promotion, which of course is drastically reduced. So my research critically interrogates narrative to ask who truly benefits and at what cost of our ecosystem. Onto my theoretical framework, I don't want to spend a lot of time. I know time is really moving. I just use this theory of social shaping of technology, and I'll summarize the theory, say, technology's path is not fixed. It is shaped by our choices. So that you can relate that to AI, that we must actively shape this technology to protect cultural integrity, not just react to it. Because once we react to it, I was looking at another presenter. I think they were sharing. No. I think it was still Prof sharing. Then I start to wonder: will one day have nearly same concept of images in the world, so that you bring in an aspect about cultural hegemony that is happening to our music? Are we going to have one standard genre of music in this world, so that when I'm composing a song on AI, it is set to particular parameters? So when I ask it generate for me, what happened to Nyatiti? Will it be able to generate for me Nyatiti? Will it be able to generate for me the beautiful dances we saw yesterday from the coast? Those are the questions that my senior Dr. Monte would be backing on to know what is going to happen in 2 years. Here it introduces what I'm calling the real crisis, when a listener can no longer distinguish between human performance and AI simulation. It challenges the very basis of authenticity, which was captured by my previous speaker. Recent viral cases, which I'm unable to play for you today, but I'll share if you so wish. There was a Nigerian producer, the first ever to produce the African music. It's called Eclipse. And he used chat to create lyrics. He used SoundRaw to introduce instrumental beats, use voice synthesizers to generate an AI voice, and then Midjourney to generate an image. A song called "We Are the World," popularly done by, of course, Michael Jackson and the great stars of the 90s, 80s, where world leaders came together to re-sing that song. It was done in AI. You can check that song; it's beautiful because you get to see Donald Trump. Even see this guy. The one who wants to recolonize African again from Russia, he is actually the one taking the chorus of that song. So beautiful. Just check. It's called "We Are the World," 2025 anthem. You're having the father who was singing in Americans Got Talent. I don't know if some of you watched, which already is proving to not have been true, but it was made in such a way that you thought that was Americans Got Talent stage. And there are issues about posthumous artists. You have Johnny Cash with the Barbie Girl. Major issues of concern is what they have discussed: misinformation, disinformation, political manipulation, reputation of damage and harassment, erosion of trust, identity, etc. If AI can convincingly replicate a voice and create new performances, what does it mean to be a musical artist? The connection between a performer and the unique vocal expression is challenged. This crisis of real forces us to reconsider how we define musical identity, authenticity in the era of AI. But I want to turn to my fellow scholars in Africa. To truly understand the stake, we must turn our focus on African soundscape. Here, the risk is not just abstract. The continent is rich of vocal traditionals and are particularly vulnerable to what I'm terming them as algorithm flattening. In conversation with these stakeholders here in Kenya, for example, the fear is the very soul and nuance of local genres like Benga. Because in Kenya, we know there are Bengas, but for how many communities? When you listen to Benga from Luo and listen to Benga from Kalenjin, and then you make a mistake immediately to listen Benga from Kambaland, you feel like running. Because for the Kambas, the Benga is too fast. For the Luos, it's too slow. Those are the intricacies that this AI is bringing to the table. So this conflict is, of course, done with the Western IP law that are individualized over the African laws that are more communal. And I think one of us here talked about the Ubuntu, that for African, our laws are more communal. These are the traditional songs we sing to. They are communal. When Eric Wanaina sing ta 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 ta, who owns that song? Who owns that song? That gives me to a short case. I'm almost done. So just bear with me for two or three more slides. There is a song which we all know, done by Solomon Linda. Solomon Linda was a Zulu musician hailing from South Africa, and he did a song in 1930 called Mbube. I know when I say Mbube, you're going to understand it. But when I tell you that song featured in The Lion King, and the song is called The Lion Sleeps Tonight, you can even sing it for me. But the song is called Mbube. This narrative surrounding Mbube provides a compelling case study illustrative of the intricacies of these technologies to do with copyright laws, cultural appropriation, how this song from Zulu gave the Lion King over $2 billion US. But in 1963, when Solomon Linda, he died a pauper. So those are the discussions that we are worried about the AI. That are they also coming in to do that? That's why we're talking about the governance. The US are talking about focus on the property, which is individualistic. The European Union are talking about transparency. But for us African, we need to introduce this term called sui generis. We need to develop our unique legal frameworks that are able to safeguard, because for us, over being looking at it from the individual point of view. Beyond the legal and cultural issues, there is a profound societal impact. Voice cloning are potent weapons of misinformation. The platform that hosts this content are struggling to moderate it effectively, and the automated systems lack the cultural fluency to distinguish between satire, protest, genuine harm, leading to bias censorship. I'm a TikToker, and sometimes I post some normal Kenyan jokes, but because the language is contextualized, they are flagged. In fact, I think if I do one more, I'll be banned from TikTok. But the message that I put there has nothing to do with spreading violence. It is only that language I use there has been recontextualized. When the young people say Anguka Nayo, that is just a recontextualization of that Anguka Nayo, because literal meaning of Anguka Nayo is just fall with it. But in the Kenyan context, it means something. So you're going to face those issues. So what is the way forward? We need to embrace the AI tools, but we need to protect identity via connection. Industry must be ethical. Policymakers must be visionary so that they assist us to navigate this. But as I'm a musician also, I have musicologists around me, and I would be addressing them, and you can pick that to your field, that we need to prioritize what we call the deep ethnographic fieldwork research, so that this make Spotify prioritizes music that understand that language. TikTok understand that language and prioritize music set to those languages. Lead an urgent digital preservation and counter archives. We need to counter the archives so that us as African, we archive our music using platforms that understand our music. If you use our music software called Logic, Sibelius, Finale, they cannot read really polyrhythmic. They cannot understand the call and response technique that entrench our African music. And more importantly, they cannot even understand that our music happened within a particular cultural context. A Luya circumcision song would be different from a Kamba cleansing song, right? Those things need the media experts and now us from the music. Underpinning all this is a fundamental need for a more critically aware public. To conclude, therefore, the sonic doppelganger is here to stay. It is for configuring our world. For Africa, the stakes are existential. The continent cannot afford to be a passive observer. Don't say I don't use ChatGPT. My research argues, again, is what we are calling, that is being blind optimism. And we need to call for hard work of building a future where this powerful technology serves human creativity in a responsible and an enriching duet. Thank you for your time.
Tuongeze makofi kwake Bwana Kirui. Inapendeza sana na ninafurahia manake umesema wewe ni TikToker. Tupo wengi sana hapa. To Professor David, I'm saying we are TikTokers, including our own Dean of School. He does some good stuff on TikTok. Hiyo kwa muda wa dakika 5 niombe kuwakaribisha waimbaji wetu kutoka idara ya muziki na uigizaji, the Department of Music and Performing Arts, kutuburudisha kwa dakika 5, and after that tutawakaribisha our panelists. I know to our Oga Adupe and Professor David, what I'm saying is I'm welcoming the Department of Music and Performing Arts to entertain us for 5 minutes. Tafadhali ninaomba mkaribie. Wakati huo unapokuja, ninaomba Rinota saidie viti. Unaweza kutufuatilia kwenye mitandao yetu Kabarak University. On X, it's Kabarak Univ. Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Kabarak University, on www.kabarak.ac.ke.
Good afternoon. Hi, if you can see me, wave at me. Please. Hi. Uh, we are students of the School of Music and Media. And we're members of one band, Azul the Band. And this is not the whole band, we're usually 7. But today, we're just 3 of us, and we're going to sing one song. I hope you'll enjoy.
Lazizi wangu we, zawadi nono kutoka mbinguni, na kuwaza mabibe, nikikuwaza usiku silali, nikikuona na wengine nashikwa na wivu. Naomba unipe namba yako nikuvutie waya, nikupeleke Java, tunywe kahawa, tukizuba duba duba.
Wali wantiwe Sienya sanja urula unyasae Na huyanza mabibe Sienya sanja urula unyasae Nikikuona na wengine nashikwa na wivu Naomba unipe namba yako nikuvutie waya, nikupeleke Java, tunywe kahawa, tukizuba duba 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 na Duba 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 na Zunguzukane nikitafuta kama wewe Bina feel so nice unanipa miamani Bele baby sioni chia bila wewe Nikikuona na wengine nashikwa na wivu Naomba unipe namba yako nikuvutie waya Nikupeleke Java tunywe kahawa Tukizuba duba 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 duba
Kaunangae utanda lolana kanisankayo sherinanga sangayo sherinanga sukiontenda nzanga ongi mpenzi nikikuona na wengine nashikwa na wivu naomba unipe namba yako nikuvutie waya nikupeleke Java tunywe kahawa tukisubadubatuba hiwi hiwi mama mshoe mama ua hiwi hiwi mama mshoe mama ua hiwi hiwi mama mshoe mama ua hiwi hiwi mama mshoe mama ua. Thank you.
Haitoshi bwana we. Hebu ongeza. Thank you so much. Ninahisi hata mimi naweza kuwa mwimbaji. Naomba nikuvutie waya. Something like that. I can also sing. I only need some training. Anyway, thank you so much, our esteemed Department of Music and Performing Arts, for that wonderful presentation. And now head on. I would like to invite our panelists for the next session, a discussion. And this is when we will pick or we will answer some of your questions. Remember, you can send your questions on my WhatsApp number. If you don't have it, it's 07 950 250 73. Very easy. It is also my M-Pesa number. So if you feel you can motivate me, I'll feel very happy. 07950 250 73. Send your questions and we will respond to them. I invite Mr. Jackson Karanja from the Media Council of Kenya, Mr. Abraham Marita from Internews, Professor David, the other name is very difficult. Professor David, he's been here from the University of California University, Dr. Faith Mora from the University of South Africa, Mzanzi. In that country, we say Mfowethu. Mfowethu is my guy, so I know she relates to what I'm saying. And Ms. Evelyn Chelangat from Kisii University, and our esteemed Dean of School, Dr. Michael Ndonye. It's a privilege to invite you to our panel discussion so that we can grab some wisdom from you. Asanteni sana, na hii najua itawafurahisha. Si ni kweli?
To Joshua. To Joshua. Oh, Kriko. Oh, it was to Joshua.
Just a reminder, Kreko Kenya, Mr. Changon Joshua. Mr. Changon Joshua. We invite you. I would like our panelists to introduce themselves so that if you don't know them or if you have forgotten who they are, they can tell us. From the other end, Professor.
Hello. I think you know me by now, Professor Blumenkrantz from David Blumenkrantz from Cal State University, Northridge.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You know that there was someone some time back who gave us a phrase who was saying, habari zenyu, habari zenyu, habari zenyu tena. Unfortunately, he rested a few months ago. So my name is Karanja Jackson. I work with the Media Council of Kenya.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon again. My name is Faith Mora Omayo. I'm a lecturer of communication and media studies.
Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Elangat Kemibey from Kisii University, the Department of Communication and Media. Good to be here.
Good afternoon once again. Yeah, I know we will be standing between your lunch, but I hope that what we'll share will be entertaining. My name is Abraham Marita. I am a project director with Internews.
Yeah, if you clap, clap. Yes. From Internews, follow him, follow him. Ndonya Michael is my name. Yeah, from Kabarak University School of Music and Media.
Thank you, Daktari. I would like to go ahead to our questions, and I will start with Mr. Jackson from the Media Council of Kenya. Mr. Jackson, given the rapid evolution of AI, what do you see as the most significant challenge that we are facing as mass communication professionals today, where we are integrating AI into our work? What do you think is the most significant challenge that we are facing? Ethical challenge, that is.
Okay. Again, just like yesterday, I do not have the privilege to say, just like the other one has mentioned, I want to add on that. So let me start. We have had the past 2 days, we have had quite a robust discussion on what AI is doing, not only to communication, but even to the general well-being of our country and even the globe. Well, the challenges are there, as we mentioned yesterday. And even today, the speakers today have alluded to some of them: the rise of misinformation, spread of propaganda, spread of deep fakes, spread of information that has not been verified. And there's this rallying call that we've been having for the past 2 days on what we need to do as we head to the elections. So, well, the challenges are there. Among them are what I've mentioned: rise of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, spread of hate speech in some instances, spread of propaganda, even in the political sector and other places. These are some of the challenges that are there. When you look at media as it is, what AI or advancements in technology have presented to the media landscape are that we are now living in a time that our journalists and media communication professionals need to be extra careful with the information that they interact with. I think one of our speakers alluded to it yesterday. I don't know if all of us remember, a few months ago, a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs shared an AI-doctored video, and it was there for close to 24 hours, purporting to actually be true. What brought with that were a lot of diplomatic concerns. And now, as media personnel or as journalists or as communication professionals, we have a responsibility to ensure that the information we relay before we get to that point of relaying that information, let us interact and find out whether this information is actually true. And that's why, as an institution, we have the platform we call the iVerify platform. You can find it either on Twitter, or on X rather, or even on Instagram. The iVerify platform aims to check information that has been shared, especially on the online space, to check the validity of it. So on the iVerify platform, you'll find so many articles, so many pictures that our team of fact checkers have reviewed to actually ascertain whether the information is actually true. So yes, there are challenges that are there on matters like misinformation. However, let's also remember that the advancements that are there also present us with an opportunity to actually improve our relay of information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Let me go to the other end. That is Mr. Duncan Maigwa from Creco, Kenya. I can never forget his name. I know he didn't have a chance to introduce himself, but great that we have him. Mr. Duncan, from a civil society point of view, what are the key concerns or potential risks you foresee for public relations and media ethics? And because AI is becoming prevalent in political and communication and even social advocacy campaigns in our country. So what are the key concerns or potential risks you foresee?
I think the biggest challenge, when we talk about the civil society, we are talking about advocacy, we are talking about activism. And now when it comes to public relations, okay, majorly, we as a civil society organizations really don't do lots of public relations, but it's more of in the profit making sector. However, I would say the biggest concern when it comes to advocacy, when it comes to now again, even the use of AI, and again now, perhaps even now, narrowing down even into regulation is the balancing act, where we are very much concerned about regulation, the balance between regulation and the freedoms of expression, for instance. So that one becomes a huge concern for us, specifically on how government or how regulators will balance between the regulation themselves, regulating the different sectors, because of course we do advocacy across the board. But now again, in the regulation, then where are the freedoms and how are they also being handled? But that now is also affected by the interplay between now AI, because we have also seen sometimes government crack down on specific people based on AI generated content. Yes.
Thank you. This is a question from one of our students in the audience. I don't know if it's a she or a he. I haven't been given a name, but they're asking, what skills should photographers learn so that they continue to stay relevant in the field of photography in relation to AI? Professor David.
That's a good question again. Photography is under siege in a sense because of AI. There's a lot of people who feel like they're the threat to photography and somehow it's going to replace photography and all that. But it's not the first time people have declared photography dead. You can go back to 1900, 1903, around that time when Kodak invented a camera called the Brownie. And that camera would allow you to shoot your pictures. You would mail the camera back to New York. They would develop your film for you. They would reload the camera and send the new camera back to you, same camera back with new film, and you reshoot. To a lot of people at that time, they said, oh, photography is dead. Because to be a real photographer, you have to develop your own film, you have to make your own prints, which we all did, which I did myself until digital came around. And then when Photoshop and digital photography was invented, a lot of people said, well, photography is dead now as well. So AI, to me, is just the latest version of that, the sky is falling kind of a panic. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing really new that you have to learn. I think there's always going to be a need for photographs, especially in news and the fields of reportage, documentary, and journalism. There's always going to be a need for good photographs. AI can replace a lot of fashion photography, advertising, some public relations, things like that, but it can't replace photojournalists, as I showed in my presentation. So there may be less jobs in photography, and there already are anyway, because of the merging of a lot of media companies. But if you love photography, you love creating photographs, whether as an artist or as a journalist, just stick with it because it's not going away. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Let me come to the education or academic point of view. Dr. Mora, our mass communication students involve themselves in a lot of research. And there are a lot of ethics that have to be upheld in this AI communication landscape. What are some of the things that you are doing as tutors, as lecturers, to ensure that we still uphold the ethics while doing our research?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. First and foremost, I'm going to speak to them as students. Please do not use Chat GPT in your exams. I don't know how your invigilation is here, but where I come from, that is what we experienced during last semester. So many students are carrying phones into their exam rooms and they are using Chat GPT to actually assist them in the exam. So what I would advise students is that you can actually use ChatGPT before. You can revise with it. You can ask questions and it can help you actually answer them. But when you get to the examination, the reason you're in campus is actually to model you for your workplace. Okay, so when you go to exam rooms and actually cheat, then you're not equipped for the workplace. Okay, so you can actually use it in a good way to help you revise better, get better at your craft, and excel in future. That is what I'd say. So know how to actually use it well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mwenye sikio amesikia, sio? Let me come to Mr. Marita from Internews. Mr. Marita, as a project manager at Internews, what practical steps can media outlets and PR agencies take today to start integrating AI ethically into their operations, particularly in terms of data privacy and algorithmic transparency? You've talked about this previously when you visited us, so but it is very good if you remind us what are some of the things that or steps that can be made so that media outlets can still uphold ethics in their operations.
Yeah, thank you. And you'd kindly forgive me not to speak about PR. Just like you mentioned, I come from the nonprofit world, and we don't really talk about PR. We talk about advocacy, we talk about civic engagement and empowerment. But in the case of media, yesterday there was a discussion around ethics, a lot of it around ethics, and I remember someone asked about who should be held responsible when the product or the results of an AI is basically unethical or is wrong. And this is the current debate that is happening across the world now, that should it be, when we're thinking about promoting ethics in a media house or a media platform or in media usage, should it be that the journalists who are involved in using the AI are the ones who are ethical, or should the media house itself set up ethical standards to ensure that the entire processes bring out ethical results? So it's a big debate, and it goes to the inception of how you start to use AI in a newsroom. And one of the key things that we are encouraging media houses to consider is identify, the proper data sets that you're going to use to train the AI model. Find the ethical people who are going to guide that process of development and usage of AI. And beyond all other things, there has to be the final person, the human in the loop, the person who's going to make a decision on ethics. So setting this up is quite important. But beyond that, because we know even Media Council did a survey as part of the annual media status report, there were some questions around understanding and usage of AI in media houses in Kenya. Majority of the media houses or the journalists who were interviewed said that yes, they use AI, they are aware of AI. So that is the reality. What is important to be able to what I could call standardize that sector is to ensure that now media houses are training their journalists to understand the impacts of AI, especially when it's used unethically, and understanding how to use it to more or less operate their tasks that are repetitive and all these other things, as well as be responsible in its usage, because it can cause big harm in the audience that we communicate with. So that is really key, because we know the reality is that people are already using it. So when you begin from that end, then you prepare to ensure that the products of AI are basically not those that are going to continue to extend the harm of AI biases, and it's an authentic usage.
Thank you. Now, let me come back to the academic point of view, and this goes to both Dr. Michael Ndonye and Madam, I'm forgetting the name. Madam Evelyn, sorry for that. Dr. Michael and Madam, I will start with you, Madam Evelyn. For the students here who are aspiring, and this is a question that has come from one of the students. I don't know why they're not giving me their names. We will still know you. I will call you later. For the students aspiring to work in the mass communication field, and you have interacted with them mostly in class, and maybe you might have not mentioned this, what are the new skills and ethical considerations should they prioritize in their education so that they're well prepared in an industry that is increasingly being shaped by AI?
This actually calls for the academia and the industry coming together. On issues AI, we know we train our students to be practitioners out there. And so when we use AI, probably like in matters exams, you know you're going to get your paper, you get your A, but out there you are not able to perform. So this means that we need to have a very practical aspect in terms of training, and that is where the academia meets industry. By inviting, we'll invite, the academia should invite those who are already in the industry, the industry leaders to come and be co-trainers in the process of training the media practitioners out there. For you to be able to perform out there, you need to have the skills of not the paper that you're going to show that you went through school, but you need to have the skills that will show or will testify that you are able to handle the work out there. You are able to put in place the ethical consideration, and you are able to perform and bring what is ethically accepted to the industry. Where failing to do that means that you were not keen in campus or in college on the practical aspect of training. That's what I can say. Maybe Dr. Ndonye can go on.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, I want to just to answer that question on the kind of skills that you require. I want to remind you that it is important to know the projections. Currently, the AI economy is worth 2.45 billion US dollars. It is projected that by 2033, which is how many years from now? How many years? From 2025 to 2033, those are around 8 years. the AI economy will be worth 4.8 trillion US dollars. That means before even some of you have families, we are going to have this world driven by AI. That means at this particular time, you are supposed to be seeking skill sets that will help you navigate and leverage on AI in whatever you are doing. And as I said yesterday, whether you are in music, whether you are in mass communication, in public relations, whatever kind of profession you want to take, starting to understand the kind of skills that you need to have, either to be a producer of AI, to be a consumer of AI, to be an entrepreneur in AI. And I remember I said them yesterday, it is on you to know how are you going to be relevant? Because if you are not going to be relevant, you are going to be irrelevant. We are not your models. We are seated here. We cannot be the models or the people you want to be in the next 7 years. And if you follow us, you will get lost. Hello? So understand how to use AI in all their forms and manifestations, number one. Number two, understand the soft skills that you need to use AI. And that is where ethical aspect comes in. How can I use AI ethically? And I know my colleagues have spoken to that. For example, stealing an exam using AI is a no. But using AI in a productive, constructive way is a yes. So what are these innovative, constructive, and useful ways you should use AI? That is what you should be seeking as a person, as you learn, as you prepare for tomorrow. Thank you.
Wonderful. Let me go back to the end to Mr. Duncan Maigua. Duncan, someone is asking, Creco Kenya, and you offer attachment opportunities or fellowship to Kabarak students. Is it possible for that?
I think that's a very good question. And just to also bring to the attention of the students here is that we are actually rolling out now the second cohort of our Digital Democracy Fellowship. We had one last year that was actually our very first cohort, and fellows had an opportunity to learn quite a number, including issues on digital security, online activism, learning even how to even create a citizen participation process, issues around information disorders, when we talk about creators, when we talk about spreaders, when we talk about funders, within what we call the economy of mis and disinformation, what do we mean? And our main intention was to create ambassadors of digital hygiene. And we're actually going to be putting out the call for applications for those who want to join cohort 2. And it's going to be very amazing. It's going to be 6 months training, actually intense training. On the issue about attachment, of course, we do offer attachments, but of course, we might not accommodate everyone here, again, based on merit. As a civil society organization, we are grounded so much on integrity and meritocracy. So based on merit, and we look forward to having some of you, but not every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, this will be the final question. And this is my question to Professor David. Professor, each one of us here represents a different facet of things complex to this issue of AI. And many will need a takeaway or a call to action so that they will know how to live with AI, whether they are photographers, whether they are aspiring to be AI experts. Why do you think in 5 years' time will people start to prioritize now so that they are ahead of time. Number one, as photographers, because you are a photography guru, and at the same time, you've shown us how knowledgeable you are about AI in photography.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, my position is there's no such thing as AI photography. I said that quite a few times today and yesterday. It's a difficult question because people keep coming back and talking about AI photography and how AI is going to replace photography. I think that if you want to be a visual artist, you want to be a visual communicator, AI is a lot of fun to use. I say just find a platform that you like to use, whether it's Midjourney or ChatGPT, or there's so many of them now, and just play with it. Try doing what I did. Take your own photographs and load them in and alter them. You can do so many different things with AI visual imagery. What it can't replace is a news photograph. You can have, if there's protests in the streets on the 25th next week, for example, there's going to be a lot of photographers out there taking photographs. Somebody might come up with a very cool AI image that's sort of a symbolic image of that event. And they probably will, like the one I showed you guys from last year. That's great. But it can't replace news, the report of something that happened, an eyewitness account of something that actually happened. So there's that. As far as 5 years from now, that's actually a really interesting question because AI is developing so exponentially fast that some of the things that I was doing that I put in that ebook are almost obsolete already because the technology is so much better now. The things I was doing with ChatGPT recently, uploading my own photographs and altering them, I couldn't have done that 6 months or a year ago. That technology was not there. So 5 years from now, you might just be able to think of an image and it will appear. We can't project too far into the future. But what everybody's been saying is right. First of all, the friend I told you about, Andrew Njoroge, he's the first person that I heard say, AI will not replace you. People that can use AI will replace you. He said that 2 years ago. And that's sort of like the mantra of AI in terms of the workforce, in terms of employment, in terms of productivity, and so on, and trying to stay relevant, as the dean said. That's the key, staying relevant. So it's up to each individual person to decide, is it worth it for me? Do I want to go into AI? Can I survive without AI? Of course you can. It's not, I don't think it's going to be a while, maybe more than 5 years, maybe not, before AI makes human endeavors totally irrelevant. I think we're still going to have to be able to do a lot of things. You can't replace critical thinking skills yet. AI does not have self-awareness. AI does not have consciousness. It's not aware of itself. If you ask AI, what do you think of this? It'll tell you what it thinks you want to know. AGI, which is, I forget what that stands for. It's the actualization when AI has human consciousness. By all estimates, is still a ways away. When that, if and when that happens, these questions will be more pressing and more urgent. But I think for now, just learn some technology. Find a way to use it responsibly. I think with this doctor, yeah, I haven't met you, but she said about don't use ChatGPT on your final papers. Absolutely, don't start using it as an escape, as a shortcut to become lazy and say, I'll just let ChatGPT do everything for me. It's right. It does a good enough job. You'll lose your skills. You'll lose your ability to think critically. What I have my students do is I do assign them to use it, but then I tell them you must post everything that ChatGPT or whatever platform you use. You must submit that to me, and then you must also show me what you wrote, using that as your source. Like if you use Google as a search engine and you got some information and you integrated it into your paper, that's normal now. Before Google, before search engines, you have to go to the library. You have to actually go to the library and look for a book or a magazine or an academic journal and read and cite that. So we're still citing things. And I think it's okay. I think we're heading to the direction where we're going to be citing AI. This is the information I got from AI. And hopefully it's not going to get to the point where we just all stop reading and writing, because that would be sort of like the end of knowledge, as somebody said yesterday.
Thank you so much, Professor. And also thank you, Mr. Duncan. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you, Madam Dr. Mora. Thank you, Madam Evelyn. Thank you so much, Mr. Marita, and our dearest Dean, Dr. Michael Donye. And I hope you have learned something from Creco's perspective. Stop, reflect, verify. Because you never know if this is AI until you stop, reflect, and verify. I think this will be very brief because we are running out of time.
Amazing. I'll be very brief. Thank you so much. Something has just come up to my mind, and I said, when we were trained in journalism before, in the early days, I don't know whether that's still the idea, we were kind of mirroring the society, like telling stories about the people and how they are. We are struggling here to tell people about fake news. Do they have a problem with the fake news? They seem not to have a problem. From the presentation, you remember the photograph, David, you showed us? They liked the AI one. I liked the kids in the youth in the street, the Gen Zs. Looked beautiful. If they were not real, that's how I would have liked them to be real. So it is good enough anyway for me. So if the society likes this fake news, why are we struggling to save them from something they like and they think it is okay, it's real for them? So I think it boils down to the issue of identity and real. I like what someone said, we will perpetually redefine, reconfigure identity. And I think that's the problem that we're going to grapple with. What's real? What's human? And so maybe we'll get to a point where we start going separate ways. We start saying this is organic and this is synthetic. Let them allow to flourish in different ways. This is hand woven. Even in craft, the hand woven is more expensive, and this is generated by machines. So we go different ways. We might have classes that are organic classes and synthetic classes and synthetic degrees and authentic, and you know, maybe I'm old school. But what do you do? Because people believe in this, and when it is their belief, then it's their culture, then it's themselves. Lastly, I give you an example. I used to work in an office that has a national outlook. And one time there was a lot of fake news spread about us. And I decided to confront on Twitter, now X. And the debate raged on for almost an hour. At some point, one of them said, "You are talking senseless things. Sit down." Then I realized it is real. They think I was standing. We are on the online environment. But I was being told to sit down.
Thank you. In seconds of counting, Marita wants to answer that.
Sorry, Mr. Limo, correct? I'm feeling itchy just to respond to you. First, just to correct you as my senior, there is nothing like fake news. And I don't want us to leave the students with that knowledge. Don't ever refer to it as fake news. News is just news. If it's fake, it's not news. It's either disinformation or misinformation. Rightly, as you have said, and I agree with you that sometimes the images generated through AI are entertaining. And I can assure you this is not new. We have had satire, comical images in our spaces since time immemorial. What AI has done is just to make this process become easy, to bring out different aspects and combine it, to just make it visually entertaining. And that is why people will get attracted to such things. But as communicators, the most important thing we need to remember is that we have audiences who cannot be able to tell the difference of an AI generated image or product and that is true, that has been collected by a journalist. That is why we need media information literacy, and not just for ourselves, also for the public. But our role is bigger. It's not just to keep producing, but also to inform them, for them to understand that when you receive information, stop, verify before you forward it. Yeah, remind them that continuously, because that attractiveness in itself is what makes it easy for different individuals to forward it to other people. So it needs to be combated by people who are knowledgeable, and you yourself, as practicing communicators, need to be the first ones to be aware of these things, to have the right tools to be able to do the verification, the fact checking, debunking of deep fake videos, and all these things before you forward them. He's looking. So in regards, I hear you. Yeah. So when it comes to misinformation, for example, there are a few elements that make people spread misinformation. One of them is called confirmation bias. Confirmation bias means that yes, you understand that this information is fake, yeah, and because of the biasness you have about either the person who's being described in that information, you are very, very willing to accept it as truth, or even forward it to other people to observe it. And that's what some of the things that are basically encountered when we are doing trainings around mis and disinformation. So it's about biasness. Like, for example, and I use this as an example, two communities are fighting each other, and you come from this community, but you access an image that is talking negatively about the opposite community, you are more likely to forward it because you belong to this community. So those are the things. And sometimes politicians are the ones who propel these things, perpetuate these things. So in a way, ours as communicators is how do we debunk them and correct them and tell them that you're lying when you're spreading such information. Thank you.
Thank you. He made seconds into minutes, but we understand. Things are getting hotter, and we hope in our next conferences, most of your questions will be answered. Thank you so much for being part of this, and we appreciate for listening to the speakers and the panelists. Until next time, Hamad and Wetungu, I hand over to Mr. and Dr. Mbatia Benjamin.
Let's appreciate our panelists. We can give them 5 good Nyayo claps. Let's give them 5 good Nyayo claps. Moja, mbili, tatu, nne, tano, fungua. Very good. Thank you so much. I really understand that we can take the debate on and on and on, but for the interest of time, it's okay. For the interest of time, we know that time has really gone. It's already about 10 minutes past 2 o'clock, and we thought that it would be important to bring this session to an end. But you agree it is an exciting session. So we promise that in our next conference, we will try to have more time for panel discussions. We will have more time for engaging us. Indeed, very good questions have been raised. And I know we may not have all the answers at the moment, but I believe we will continue to, have this debate in our online platforms. We will continue to, think about the issues. A very, very interesting question by the Director of Communication from Baringo County. How about those people who feel comfortable about it? Okay, it is interesting. There are some that are okay with it. Of course, like the panelists mentioned, like the speakers mentioned, nothing wrong about AI. We can embrace it. As you might have realized in the number of presentations, there are AI images that have been used, of course, but the users did not purport to mean that those were original images. And that is the ethics behind it. Okay. Again, if I think it becomes misinformation, malinformation, when the intention is to deceive, when the intention is to lie to our audience. And I know we can continue with this debate. Ladies and gentlemen, now we want to bring this session to an end. We have more papers to present in the afternoon, but we have decided that the afternoon session will be mainly online. Of course, there we would allow you to come here if you so wish to come back to this auditorium and follow the presentations. There are those presenters who will make their presentation right from this podium, beginning 2:30, or maybe let's say beginning 2:45. There are those presentations that will continue online, because many presenters, online presenters, we deferred them for online. So our students don't get obliged to come back to this podium after lunch. But we want to request you, please get the link. It's being shared in our various communication platforms, in our WhatsApp group. We encourage class representatives share these links so that our students can continue to follow us online. Please, we will take the registration, and the registration that you have signed, but we'll also, the good thing with Zoom, it keeps a record of those ones that are present. So we encourage that you be there for our afternoon session. We will download registration from the Zoom. So please join. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our dear, I'll invite Madam Dorcas Kebenei. She's a faculty member, and she's in charge of protocol. She's done a very good job. You've seen the team that has been serving us around. That's why you never saw her in the front line. But I'll invite her to pray for us as we break for lunch. Let's appreciate Madam Dorcas as she comes to pray. I know we have certificates, but for the interest of time, we will not be able to call names to issue certificates. But we will give you, especially those who are traveling. You see me, if you have made a presentation, I have your certificate. Correct. So we have certificates and they are ready. I know there are those ones presenting out online. We have your certificate. You will follow it up with me. Those ones that are here, you have your certificates. There are those ones whose paper were sponsored. So the certificates are ready. Those ones who have not, but they made payment, will also receive their certificate. So let's be upstanding as Dorcas prays for us as we go for lunch.
Let's believe and pray. Father, we thank you so much for the 2 days that we've had. Thank you for the success of this conference. We commit each and everyone into your able hands. And even as we go for lunch, be with us, Almighty Jehovah. Bless our students, bless our facilitators, and even our lecturers. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
So we let our guest leave first, and then maybe the students will follow. Now, as the guests leave, I want to also let us know that we are continuing online. It's not the end of the conference. If you so wish to come back, please, you are very much welcome on this podium, okay? But if you are unable to come, then you can proceed, okay? To follow us from wherever it is that you will follow us. So thank you so very much for your time and for being here. So please follow us and be there online in the afternoon. If you want to come back to this podium, please come. Some of the papers will be presented from here, but we don't want to compel you. Thank you so much. I think the media team, we can have a break and then we will come back. Okay? So we will have our lunch in the wherever you usually have. Okay. Today, unfortunately, the budget wasn't providing lunch for students, but we thank you. Next time, we will make sure that that is provided. Sorry for that, but so you can go if you prefer Rafiki, if you prefer Moikabarak, if you prefer whatever you think you want. I think yesterday hesabu ilituchanganya. Kuna watu walisneak in wakachukua kadi mingi. Sasa, but no worry. Thank you so much. And that's why we said you don't want to come here in the afternoon, especially kama hujapata lunch. Thank you so much. and the evolution of mass communication, balancing innovation with media and public relations. This conference is guided by 4 specific sub-themes. The first theme is the role of AI in shaping news production and distribution. Secondly, the impact of AI on public relations, enhancing engagement while maintaining authenticity. And number 3, we have combating deepfakes and misinformation, AI as both a challenge and solution. Last but not least, AI-driven content moderation, striking a balance between freedom of expression and responsible media. We want to thank you, those who have made it in this podium this afternoon. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for giving us audience. And we want to let you know that we still have a few papers to be presented. And most of these papers will be presented online, but a few of them will be presented right here. So ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, once again, allow me to invite Dr. Joyce M. Mochere from the Department of Music and Performing Arts, School of Music and Media of Kabarak University, who is going to present a paper that is titled Navigating Ethical Complexities, Responsible AI Integration in Music Education. Daktari, I don't know whether you can hear me from wherever you are. Dr. Joyce?
Oh, I don't know if you can see me now.
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you.
You can see me now.
We can
You can hear me. Thank you.
Okay, proceed. We're giving
allow
you
me to
15
share-
minutes. Thank you.
Yes, allow me to share my PowerPoint. Mhm. Is that visible to you?
Yes, Daktari, that is.
Is that visible?
It is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Doc, we can hear you and your presentation is visible. We can hear you loud and clear. Your presentation is visible.
Thank you very much. A good afternoon. I'm excited to participate in this discourse. And my name is, as you heard, Dr. Joyce M. Mochere, a lecturer in the School of Music and Media and the Department of Music and Performing Arts. So this afternoon, I'm going to share on the topic, Navigating Ethical Complexities, Responsible Integration of Generative AI in Music Education. We've had a lot from yesterday on this topic in various perspectives. And this afternoon, I'm bringing it to you in another dimension from the music education perspective. So in this particular study, I used mostly secondary data, and my method was a systematic literature review, and the data that I've collected is very rich, and it can also be used for future research. Yes, so that is my outline, the introduction, problem statement, purpose of the study, objectives, methodologies, and then the result, discussions, implications, and recommendations and conclusion. So to introduce This since the Industrial Revolution in the 18th and 19th century to date, the global community has witnessed a plethora of technological advancement, and this is demonstrated in what we get in the advertisements that target us as we browse. Normally, when you are online, there is always a silent listener, the name of Siri or any other name that that is used. So I mean, to listen to what we are doing and to even observe or to monitor what we are doing online. So we've heard of the autopilot features in cars, airlines, airplanes, and public transport, algorithms that screen job applications, and the press that informs us about new applications or achievements of AI. This is by Hogenhout 2021. So what is generative AI? It is an artificial intelligence or technology that automatically generates content in response to prompts written in natural language conversational interfaces, according to UNESCO 2023. Generative AI models are capable of creating new content, including text, images, music, or code, based on patterns learned from training data. So these systems can produce original outputs that mimic human-created content, according to Kenya AI Strategy 2025. In the 21st century, the incorporation of AI in education is inevitable as it opens numerous opportunities for teaching and learning. These opportunities include advancement in research and innovation, and increased teaching and learning engagement because of AI's capabilities to personalize instruction. Nevertheless, AI brings along controversies that touch on inclusive teaching practices, culturally responsive pedagogy, and equitable representation, according to Mateo 2024. Moreover, issues of ethics begin to increase as new forms of AI emerge, creating an atmosphere of perplexity. The emergence of generative AI poses challenges. The ways that music is taught in schools, according to Cheng 2025. So although the National Strategy in Artificial Intelligence for Kenya 2025 purposes to integrate AI in critical sectors like education for national development, the glaring misuse of AI still elevates ethical complexities. So the problem statement is, according to UNESCO 2018, quality education, which is SDG number 4, should provide all learners with an opportunity to acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable developments and lifestyles by 2030. Such education is envisioned to promote human rights, gender equality, a culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship and appreciation, cultural diversity, and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. In this respect, Kenya is preparing to become a regional leader in AI research and development, innovation, and commercialization, while ensuring responsible and ethical AI adoption that benefits all its citizens. So this initiative reinforces the digital transformation efforts such as the Digital Literacy Program. However, in formal music education, AI poses both opportunities and challenges. So this study examines these opportunities and challenges from a global perspective and a Kenyan perspective, advocating for collaborative development of ethical framework involving educators, technologists, policymakers, and learners. These frameworks need to prioritize issues like inclusivity, transparency, and pedagogical integrity. So this paper examines the ethical complexities of the emerging generative AI technologies with an aim of responsibly integrating generative AI in music education. It combines a global perspective with the Kenyan context, and it contributes to how AI ethical complexities in music education can be navigated for conscious implementation and intentional usage by music educators, learners, and other stakeholders in education. Quinn and Key 2025 note that it is crucial to empower music education and education stakeholders, including music content creators, to safeguard the integrity of the art form benefiting the society at large. So the objectives of the study are to identify emerging generative AI technologies and practices in music education, to identify ethical issues raised by generative AI in music education, and to suggest responsible ethical strategies for integrating generative AI into music education. So as I had said earlier, that I use systematic literature review to meet the main objective and the specific objectives. And this included having a research plan and selecting the method, which included directly, or rather selecting studies that were directly related to the objectives or the questions in question. And then I searched the data, numerous data, including websites, register, and all those others. And so the data that I got from the first objective, emerging generative AI technologies and applications in music education, are as follows. It is stated that pedagogical applications have emerged that harness generative AI for personalized instruction, adaptive feedback, and automated assessment. In music education, the use of generative AI ranges from intelligent tutoring and composition assistance to interactive ear training systems that collectively foster more engaging and inclusive learning experiences. Normally, the students have depended on us to teach them what we are calling oral, like ear training, that a table that shows some of the, I don't know if it's clear on your side, but it shows some of the generative AI tools and their functions in music education. And they are numerous. When you search, you'll find there are numerous tools, and it has become more interesting for students or for learners to be able to explore these areas. And I was very, very, intrigued to find that we also have, AI generative AI tools for learners with disabilities at the global level. And I pray that we'll be able to incorporate this or integrate this in our in our system. Recent generative AI-driven innovations are expanding inclusive access for learners with disabilities and those from marginalized backgrounds who have historically encountered barriers in traditional music education settings. I was fascinated by one that is called iHub. This is a gaze-controlled interfaces like the hub. It demonstrates how individuals with severe motor impairments can learn, perform, and compose music using only eye movements. Can you imagine? Eye movements, they're able to compose, they're able to play, unlocking expressive potential that was previously inaccessible. If you go online, and I have a photo of that where we have a learner who, you can see the one, I think the one in wearing a mask, is able to play a harp using her eyes. How that happens, only AI can tell us. So Vincent Lacrin and Van der Leijs, 2020, note that the support for students with special needs with AI is existent. Students with disabilities, for example, visual or hearing impairments, or impairments in social skills, language and communication benefit from education. So there is no limitation so long as we can access these gadgets. Everybody will be able to learn, and especially learn music using these AI, generative AI tools. They can also use AI wearables. For instance, assist visually impaired students to read books and recognize faces, and thus to learn and socialize within their communities. In the classrooms, students with disabilities can follow the teaching through multi-channel and multi-dimensional information input, combining sign language, voice, spoken language, subtitle, and text handout. In many countries, diagnosis tools to detect special needs such as technological devices using AI techniques. So those applications are just a few examples of how AI could help education more inclusive and accessible in a multiplicity of contexts, regardless of people's disabilities or vulnerabilities. In Kenya, Kenya is actively, there is an echo, please. I don't know what's happening. Thank you. So Kenya is actively developing its AI ecosystem, but challenges remain. The UNESCO Global AI Ethics Observatory notes that Kenya is working on a national AI strategy and has laws like the Data Protection Act